Our subject that we're looking for is Stroud. He doesn't know the area.
It would be within a mile.
It's a white male adult. Hair is light brown, eyes are hazel. He was going to spend a day up and down Willow Creek and was supposed to come out this morning. He didn't show up.
These are the Sierra Nevadas, and it's classic backpacking country. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people take to the hills for some blood-pumping R&R, a chance to commune with nature, breathe the fresh air, and feel alive. But every year, people push it too far, or they just don't pay attention, and their chance to commune with nature becomes a struggle to survive. I'm on a beautiful, well-established hiking trail, and I've got enough backpacking supplies for a simple overnight in the woods, but that's where the simplicity ends and where my camera crew leaves me to spend the next 7 days out here alone, without food, water, survival gear, or camera crew in the Sierra Nevada.
The Sierra Nevada mountain range is in the state of California, and it stretches 400 miles. Every year, hundreds of thousands of hikers are drawn to the beauty of its peaks and waterways. Many of them never make it out alive. They find themselves getting lost, turned around and confused, succumbing to fatigue and hunger, and some to the bitter cold of the Sierra Nevada's dark, unforgiving nights.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is like parkland. Beautiful.
The wilderness doesn't care whether you live or whether you die. It almost seems benevolent at times like this, but I can never forget that I'm the master of my own fate out here. Becoming complacent can lead to something that turns ugly real quick.
And so ends a pretty typical day of backpacking. Beautiful trails to follow. Cross a few creeks, check out some wildflowers, maybe a few animal tracks. Nature at its best. What could go wrong? For once in a while, you kind of got to pause and look around, wonder if something's watching you. Big cat, black bear. Mosquitoes are coming out. More than I want to see, actually.
By far the best survival shelter I've ever made. So I've decided to be in here as a very classic backpacker. Just coming out for one quick overnight, right? Sleeping bag, tent, and a bit of food. I've got dinner tonight, breakfast tomorrow. That's it. Wasn't planning on a fire, so not set up with pots and things like that. Gone total high tech, I have. It's actually starting to cool down quite a bit. Up here in the Sierra Nevadas, I'm not up that high, but I'm not down that low either. And it can get down to below freezing here for sure at night. And still get snow this time of year.
This should be a good day. Well, the beauty of high-tech camping is that it's lightweight and it's convenient. I'm just not so sure that I can
get used to this camping without a campfire first thing in the morning. But here we go. In goes my breakfast.
Speed and efficiency are the advantages of high-tech gear, but the downside is the sacrifice of self-reliance.
Nothing like having to fiddle with microphones while you're trying to be out in the wilderness. Okay, time to hike out of here. I came prepared for one night of backpacking. I had my night, and it's time to go. But I think I'll take the scenic route. This is easy hiking now.
Getting lost is not something that happens all of a sudden. That may be how you realize it, but in fact, the seeds of your misadventure are usually sown hours before you give in to the reality of your situation. Then, your heart starts to quicken, your pace picks up, sweat beads on your forehead. You stop noticing what's around you. Over and over in your head, you hear the words, "It's gotta be just up there," but it never is.
So this is the worst part. And you think you should be there. You should have been around that next corner, over that bend, and you start to panic. And unfortunately, when you panic, you start moving faster. People get turned around simply walking 200 yards to relieve themselves and can get lost for days after that. You get all frustrated, you're sure it's got to be around here somewhere. Pretty sure you should have been there by now. And instead of moving cautiously and carefully, you kind of get in a panic. People have been through this before. Describe it like there's something chasing you, pushing you onward and onward. I call it bush panic.
The only way to combat panic is to assess the situation. Once you slow down and figure out what you have and what your situation is, that knowledge will give you confidence and calmness.
Okay, first of all, I know I've got basic backpacking gear, so I've got a tent and a sleeping bag. Good. Shelter and warmth, done, covered. I'm out of food. I only had enough food for one night overnight, with the exception of the last of my little snacks, which is one peanut butter cup and a small block of cheese. Now I have to decide whether or not I'm going to eat the food all at once, ration it for as long as I'm out here, or use it as bait to catch something bigger. Stuck out here. Sun's going down, so darkness will be here soon. Time to settle in.
In most cases, lost hikers push the first day to the max and only stop and set up camp when they've reluctantly accepted that they're not going home.
There's all kinds of fur and fluff here. Something was killed and eaten here, likely a deer. The only thing that's going to eat a deer here would be a mountain lion.
It may be a small comfort, but playing guitar or even reading a book can offer a huge advantage at calming the soul in an otherwise panicky situation.
Well, it's morning of the third day. It's only been a day and a half without food, but I forgot just how vivid your dreams become when you aren't eating. I also forgot to mention that the trees up and behind the tent there are the manzanita trees, and that's where, if you're going to get ticks at all, that's where the ticks like to hang out. And the ticks in this area do carry Lyme disease, so I've got to be real careful about that. Make sure that I brush off every night before I climb in. Okay. I need some water and I need some food.
The only way to know for sure if I'm picking an edible wild plant is to spend time in the field with a teacher that knows their stuff. The danger is too great otherwise. Even referencing books, though a great start, is not enough. Just touching the wrong plant can lead to weeks of misery and pain. And when it comes to actually eating something, well, I could kill myself by eating just a teaspoon of the wrong plant.
This is what I'm talking about. This is all miner's lettuce. You just pick it and eat it, and it's delicious. Mmm. It's juicy too. I'm gonna get some water into my system.
Right from the outset, any nourishment I can get into me will help keep my energy levels up.
Now, I need to watch out for ticks on the manzanita trees, but these flowers are succulent and tasty. They're almost like honeysuckle. The stem is a bit bitter, so you just eat the little flowers. Now, I can eat them this way as I go along. There's a few trees in behind my tent, or I can just gather a whole bunch of this and then soak it in some cool water for about 24 hours. I have a beautiful, healthful, sweet, flavorful drink. And here's a great score all around me here. Check this out. Oh, I can smell the onion already. Oh, yeah. Hang on. All right, so now there's another plant here that looks almost the same. No smell. Can't smell onion at all, but it looks very much like it and has a bulb like it, which could be death camas. Might not be, but it could be. The fact is, they're side by side here. You've got to be really certain. Let's pull one of these onions out. Bon appetit.
Death camas is extremely poisonous.
Oh, wow, that's good.
Even while gathering wild edibles, the need to remain cautious in my travels remains. One slip could change everything.
I've got the manzanita flowers on top that are gonna go into my water, as well as the pine needles. Got some miner's lettuce, oops, and all those onions. I still have the leftover pouch from the boil in a bag meals. I'm gonna put the pine needles in it. But in this drink, I'm also going to put the manzanita flowers to give a nice sweet flavor to the water. Some good old miner's lettuce. It's enough to at least get some nutrition into me. Don't know that it's going to give me enough energy to do a lot of bushwhacking, but it's way better than nothing. This is all really good. My little bush meal on my guitar plate.
My need for fire in a survival situation, as always, looms heavy. It can give me a huge psychological advantage, but this area is as dry as it gets, and the last thing I want is to start a forest fire. But without matches, all I have is a small LED headlamp.
See if I can get a fire going. Since this has been a day of harvesting, I'm gonna harvest the power from the batteries. 3 AA's to see if I can make a fire. That's where the bulb would go. And I'm gonna just take the wires right off of this piece here. Theoretically, I should be able to attach those 2 wires and perhaps create a hot enough bit of wire to make fire. Now the thing is, I had a little tiny backpacker's first aid kit, and in it was some cotton. So we're gonna give this a shot. Here goes nothing. Got 1 piece of cotton batting down on the pile. Comes a lucky battery. Not sure if that's gonna work or not. That's really hot. Getting some smoke. And let that sit. It's very hot. Oh. There we go. I didn't think that was gonna work, but I can't believe it works. An LED flashlight, taking the back off, attaching the wires to each other, and then simply turning it on. And it was hot enough to get that cotton batten to ignite. Ha ha, and I've got fire now.
Any fire created this way is bound to have toxic fumes with the batteries and the plastic caught in the flames. This can't be attempted inside, and I can't allow myself to breathe in any of the chemical smoke.
Well, I call that a good day of survival. Wild edibles and fire. Would have thought fire from a flashlight with an LED bulb and a bit of cotton batting, but it works.
A few wild edibles and a fire drastically improved my situation, but real nourishment is needed for survival, and in the end, I'd rather be safe at home. Good night. Okay, day 4. Time to get some food into my system. Starting to get a little lethargic without the food energy. I haven't seen much around, you know, you can walk through the forest all you like. You don't actually see that much. You think there's lots of animals out there until you want to catch one. But I've seen some signs of squirrels, so I'm gonna go after some game. Try and get some food into this belly.
All right, this is good. This is a nice find. This old cut stump here is actually the home of a squirrel. Seems fairly active. Now there's a lot of flat rocks around here, so I think I'll sacrifice some of the last bit of cheese I have and the peanut butter cup and see if I can catch myself something bigger. Ordinary parachute cord, right? What I want to do is somehow make it thinner. Peel back from the cut. Here we go. There's the center core. Nice thin strand of line that's going to be perfect for making traps. Now I need one of you. I think what I'll do is a clove hitch. That's my favorite usually, is to do a clove hitch because it stays on really well. One little loop, another little loop, and then the second loop goes in behind. That's what's gonna go on my snare. Go around like that. And then the stick that goes out. Now I have to set it up. The hardest part about traps and deadfalls is the harder it is for them to set up. The more of a hair trigger they have, the better they are at working. Ow! Oh, I've been here before. That might be the ticket right there. Okay, I'm gonna make this short then. Now that I think I've got it to size, I'm gonna put the bait on it. Now there's a trick to putting bait on these things. Smear the bait on there so it's actually part of the wood. And that way, the squirrel or the mouse has to work hard to get what it thinks is the food, and will hopefully dislodge the trigger. I've got a little bit of the quickly turning horribly hard block of cheese. And there's my bait all squished on there. Whew. All right, here we go. Classic Paiute deadfall. All I want that squirrel to do is to come in here and touch on this bait right here. If he goes for that bait, the whole thing should go down. I should have myself dinner. Okay, that's one. I'm gonna set up 3 or 4 more of these.
The great weather has made me forgetful of how quickly things can change.
Okay, it is coming on to rain, so I should have prepared for this before. I'm gonna shove some dry material in underneath the tent here, just to protect it. Ouch. Big punky pieces of wood right by the fire, ready to put on top of it if it does come on to rain a lot. I don't want to put it on until it's really raining, because if I put it on now, everything is still way too dry anyway, and I'll just have an inferno on my hand and probably start a forest fire.
Foolishly, I've been lulled in by the good weather, and I'm now paying the price as I'm not prepared for the approach of rain.
One thing's for sure though, in a pouring rain, the bigger the fire you have, the more likely it's going to stay going, even in a hard downpour. I've used it many times. Had a 6-foot fire going to keep me warm in the winter, wet snow, freezing rain, blizzards, and get a bigger fire going, stays going through the storm. Here, it's tricky because there's so much pine needle duff all around me here that one ember could shoot this whole forest up into a big forest fire. So as much as I want to keep my fire going, I've got to be careful until it really comes on to rain. Then I'll be a lot safer. But right now, everything's still dry. All right, here it comes, starting to come down. Put the log on. Getting real windy too. Hopefully no heavy branches will come down on me. That could be bad. Well, wait for morning, I guess.
Well, it didn't rain all night and it didn't
pour hard, so I checked the fire a couple of times, and that trick worked fantastically. The punky log kept it going all night, and the sun is shining, so I better get up. Just gonna do a little fire preparation here. Make myself what's called an Apache match. Shred this up so it's good and fluffy. Essentially, an Apache match is a fire bundle, a way of transporting a coal over long distances or having a coal smolder over a long period of time. So that's just some slabs of cedar bark. The next layer I've broken up a bit, but not a lot. I wanted it to be sort of fibery. In the middle of all of that is all of my fine powdered stuff. So this goes on top. I just gotta tie it up. Create a little hole there and shove in all the rest of my fine shredded bark. How well this thing burns depends on how tight you have the string. You have to loosen it sometimes so that, or pull it back a bit so that the coal will keep smoldering in there. Okay, there we go. My big Apache cigar. I'll call it the Apache cigar.
It's time to head back across the stream and see if my traps have been working for me.
No luck here at this one. I'll come back. One thing I haven't done yet is I'll drop a little bit of that peanut butter bait all around here just to entice them in. That's a real shame. Oh, and I should know better. Look at that. The trap has actually been set. See? That's just dangling. Here's the bait stick with no bait on it. But you can see the stick was just underneath the rock too much, and so when the rock went, when that stick was pulled out, this main stick here stopped the rock from flattening down on the animal. So good sign though that there's an animal here and that he took the bait. I'm gonna have to come back and reset that trap, put some more bait on it and spread some bait around. But something's in the area, obviously. Someone came in and went for it, got my bait. Well, I'm gonna try something that you definitely won't find in the books. I'm gonna see if I can make a different kind of trap using my guitar. All right, so I also have, left over from that first night of camping, some duct tape. Actually, it came with the camera equipment. A little bit left of that flattened and melted peanut butter cup. Let's see what can happen here. If I put this like this, and I can get the animal to go down into this tube, then hopefully the squirrel or the mouse will not be able to jump out. Okay. What do you think? Mouse goes in, can't come out.
I doubt that a squirrel would get stuck in this trap, but it is likely that a few mice will make their way in and not out.
All that's needed right now is some bait around here and the bait down into the guitar. And for that, I'm going to use that peanut butter cup, or what's left of it. A few little drops here and there, and then the rest goes down in the hole. Here we go. I gotta say, this is a first. I don't think anyone's ever made a guitar trap before.
Adaptability and ingenuity. Changing how you look at something can make the difference between surviving or not surviving.
This log has been kept flat over the years. It's great. Makes it easy to cross this creek every single day.
Once my traps are set, I have to take the time to get out and check them as often as possible. If something gets caught and I'm not there to take it, then a large predator can easily take it out from under the trap and have themselves a meal.
Nothing there either. Nothing's even been moved. All right, this beautiful area here, it's a place called Willow Creek, and I'm at the top of an area called Devil's Slide. Instead of walking out on day 7, I'm gonna bring in the local search and rescue. They've got to try and find me, because I'm gonna take a 24-hour head start right now, and I'm heading that way, in the thick of the bush. The direction I've decided to head is uphill all the way, at least for today. Now, I know there's been recent mountain lion sightings in this area, and not all that far away there was an attack. So, you know, I'm a lone person walking in the bush. I'll keep my eyes open, but for the most part, especially with me talking to you, that noise is going to scare them away, as well as black bears or anything like that. So, it's about walking with confidence. I've got a full backpack on and a heavy walk, so I should be fine. All right, uphill we are.
I've left behind everything but one camera, tripod, and my jacket. Moving locations and taking my life into my own hands. One slip, one poke in the eye, or an encounter with a dangerous animal, and my chances of survival are radically reduced. There's no safety net at this point. Communication is often cut off by areas of thick bush.
Ooh, it's getting thick. Shoot. Okay, officially down on my hands and knees crawling. I took the fire bundle and found a way to strap it onto my pack so that it'll keep smoldering, I hope. Normally I do my 7 days and I survive in jungles and deserts and all over the place and I get out of there. But this time, they really have to find me because I'm intentionally getting lost way out here. Very steep. Shady spot to sit down. Oh boy, I'm probably not even maybe halfway. There's the view across. See that? So I'm probably about here. I still gotta go up there, but in this direction behind you. Now, if anything goes wrong here now, my safety net's just been dropped. I've got a communication system, but it's hard to reach anybody out of this thick bush. And if I snap an ankle, which you can see is easy to do, climbing like this, if I got attacked by a mountain lion, if I had an appendicitis attack, I'm in some serious trouble here. It's more than just a TV show at this moment.
I'm able to climb so vigorously, I think now, only due to the fact that I have an adrenaline rush, knowing that the search and rescue crew will be looking for me today.
Okay, I've made it to pretty high up now. I can see the big bald face from here, too.
There are going to be at least 35 SAR personnel looking for me, but it's in an area 4,000 square hectares in size.
I'm actually crawling on my belly. I've got to pay a little more attention to watching out for rattlesnakes now that I'm up in the rocks here. Especially in the heat of the day, they'll be just underneath the shade of the rock. And watch where I start putting my hands and feet. Oh, but my God, is this beautiful. This is why people climb.
views like this. Unbelievable.
I'm just gonna walk around and enjoy the sights and get my sweat to dry off. It's beautiful up here.
Becoming hypothermic on the top of a mountain would make for a miserable night.
I have a feeling it's gonna be chilly up here tonight. Oh yeah, that worked like a charm. 3 or 4 hours later and my little fire cigar here worked out perfect. My Apache cigar. So that's it. This is night number 6, and tomorrow, search and rescue tries to find me somewhere out there. I'm just gonna start hiking. Sierra Nevada. Pretty intense and beautiful place. That ought to keep away the mountain lions. By the time of things, I believe that a search has probably already started for me. So I'm going to take myself off of this top exposed vista here and get down into the thick of it. See if they're able to find me down low and in the thick bush. All right, so here's the situation. In the morning, the call will go out and the searchers will all meet at the base camp. They'll be given information, how many people they're looking for, state of health, my age, what condition I'm in. At that point, the first thing that happens is the hasty crew goes out, and they'll do a very fast search of the LKP, the last known position, to see if there's any sign of me at all, to see if the lost hiker is down and injured, because a lot of times they're not far at all from their LKP. There'll be teams on horseback, ATV, teams with dogs, teams in jeeps. There'll be teams on foot. And then lastly, we've got a chopper in the air. Now the chopper in the air is going to try and film the whole situation. This might be a special exercise with me in mind that I've done to see what else we can throw into the reality of being lost out here. But the search and rescue crew take it very seriously, because the next time could be for real. It could be a lost child out here, lost husband, lost wife, anybody. It could be an injured person. And they've got a lot of situations they have to deal with it. What if it could be an autistic child that refuses to answer calls? It could be someone who's on the run, like a teenager who's on a runaway. It's not always the classic hiker who wants to be found.
Bear in mind, we had a fatality April of last year at Angel Falls. This is dangerous country.
I'll tell you, my hat's off to them if they can find me out here.
A lion was spotted over off of Sky Ranch Road. Guys with the dogs, be cognizant of that especially. We can't help him if we get hurt.
I'm a hiker, out for an overnight. I see the vista in the distance. What a nice climb that would make. Climb up to the top. I'll spend my night up here, spend the night up on the vista. Next day, heading out, let's go out a different direction. And then I'm gonna get stuck. Snap an ankle, that's all it would take. And you're stuck in a place where you weren't planning on going originally and nobody knew you were going originally. And that's where search and rescue has to come in.
Guys, we're gonna be working around Willow Creek and out from there. A lot of you have worked down in that area. You know, it's pretty rugged country. It's pretty dangerous stuff down there.
It can be very panicky, you know, when you're in spots that are real thick and you're getting scratched and your face is getting scratched and your arms are getting chewed up. And you come to an opening, it's just like this, this breath of fresh air. Okay, and you get this little moment of safety, of sanity, where you've got some clearing, you can see the sky again, and you don't feel so claustrophobic, so closed in. So they help. It's amazing what little things help you psychologically in very big ways when you're lost.
The obstacles to a lost hiker are many, and none of them should be taken lightly or underestimated.
Well, I don't want to understate this. This is slick rock country, and when that rock gets wet, you fall, you slip very easily. People die here every single year in this area on these creeks. I know, it doesn't look like much on your TV screen. Let me tell you, when you're completely alone out here, it's still a chance to take. All it would take would be a little slip of the foot. You only need a few inches of water to knock down a full-grown man if it's slippery underneath and the current's strong enough. So I've got to be real careful going across here. And I think I'm going to keep walking upstream until I find something a little safer. It's funny, it's been probably a few hours since the search has been underway, and I haven't even heard the chopper, not once.
Finding a lost hiker out here has always been described as being like finding a needle in a haystack, for good reason.
Whoa! I hear the chopper. Okay. How can I get out to where? Okay, see, now I'm on the wrong side of the stream. I'm in the dark spot here. But now this is a bad thing because this means I'm rushing. Okay, regardless of the panic of the helicopter, gotta slow down, get to your Zen state, and do something like this properly, carefully. Okay, got myself a pole. Yep, rocks are slippery. Okay. That takes me part of the way. Looking for the shallow spots. Gotta lean upstream into the water, face upstream. Ooh, that's full. Get to the nether regions. All right. Soaking wet now, but that's one stream crossed. In a very safe location, really. No issues getting across there at all, other than the fact that it was really cold, and now I'm soaking wet. And I've missed the chopper. I'm gonna go and try and get into that open area, see if I can signal him in. Hopefully he'll come back over. When you're in a survival situation, you've got to be as cautious as possible. Take the safe route always. Don't run, don't jump, don't take chances. All right, I'm over the worst of the streams. I've got a small one I think I still have to cross. And I'm out in the open, so with any luck at all, the chopper will find me out here. I hit the chopper again. Get the mirror out real quick here. Okay, I'm flashing him. I'm aiming this flash right on that chopper. All right, well, I don't think he saw me. I flashed it right on him. I flashed him good. See, what happens is when a plane or a chopper is directly overhead of you, the pilot, he can't look out his window and see straight down. They're looking off on an angle, and so what's right underneath them is often the hardest for them to find. Okay, here they come again. Oh, there he is. This should be a good angle. Okay, I'm flashing them. I'm flashing the heck out of them. Okay, wide in the open, there we go. Flash, 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 flash. Up and down. I can see them clearly. They're in a big open patch for me. This is good. I think they spotted me. Are you okay? Excellent. Rescue. There you go. That's perfect. But again, he can't come down here to get me. So now what's got to happen is the ground crew has to get to me, either mounted or canine or on foot. And it's still very rough terrain. I could be laying here with a broken leg or a broken back, who knows? They don't know what to expect until they get on the ground and they get to me. Quite an operation.
Okay, what's important now is that I stay put. I don't want to start thinking, okay, I'm going to try and make it for that little trail that I'm sure was just around the corner, because they've spotted me. That means they know I'm here. I can start moving it again. It's completely the wrong thing. It's a big mistake. Now's the time for me to stay put and wait for the ground crew to get here. They've spotted me. They've notified me from the air. They've let me know, okay, we see you. We've got you. They radio this location in, and the ground crew will make its way here. If I move from here, I just make it harder for everybody. So I'll stay put and wait for them to come.
We're now 5/10 of a mile from the subject. The road is not passable by vehicles, so we're going to start walking down the road towards the subject.
Oh! Oh! Here they come. That's great. That's great. Man, imagine being totally lost out here and that's what you hear. You hear that voice in the distance, somebody going, ho! Even, I'm doing this. I'm making this happen and I feel excited that they found me. That was fast. That is good search and rescue.
Girl!
Even with this much control of the situation, even with this many trained individuals involved, the search and rescue operation can go horribly wrong with a simple twist of fate.
Good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
All right, gentlemen, let's go eat. The way to survival, whether you're the victim or the rescuer, is through the path of methodical caution, a calming of the spirit and mind, and careful planning of your every move. Courage is facing the challenge with a healthy fear, not being fearless. More than anything else, making it through a horrendous ordeal requires the will to live, if you expect to survive.
Wow, your crew's awesome. That was fast. That was good. I think, I went in thick. I paid no mercy to it, so yeah, I went into the vista on the first night and then just thought, well, I'm going to go down into the creek where it's thickest the second time. And I was timing things, and I don't know when you guys started, but the chopper...
This time on Survivorman, I'm about to take on surviving in the Rocky Mountains, and I won't be alone. With me will be nearly 2,400 pounds of companionship in the form of 2 quarter horses, Flint, my riding horse, and Remington, my pack horse. They'll have to carry all my gear. Once I'm out there, I'll have to initiate survival for all 3 of us. And it won't always be easy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You okay? You okay? All right? All right, that's it.
I don't have a lot of experience with horses, so the learning curve for me looking after these 2 powerful animals will come swift and steady. I don't want to over-dramatize this, but a simple mistake out here can prove fatal and could result in an accident so bad I could be crippled for life.
These are the Colorado Rockies, a landscape where beautiful vistas and a chance for adventure can almost be taken for granted. You can ski the slopes, kayak the rivers, and take in some of the most spectacular scenery in the world. Come on. Every year, riders come out on a casual trek, and they get lost, and they end up having to survive, horse and all, in the valleys and slopes of the Rocky Mountains. Sometimes you get lucky, and by instinct, your horse knows the way home. But that's not always the case, and it definitely won't be my case. I'm here without food, survival gear, or camera crew. And I'll have to survive and keep my horses alive, alone, for the next 7 days in the Rocky Mountains.
The camera crew now leaves me to the mountains and the meadows of Colorado. The Rocky Mountains stretch for more than 3,000 miles from central northern Mexico to northwest Alaska. They form the Continental Divide and are described poetically as the marrow of the world. It will forever be a rugged landscape full of legends, myths, and tales of survival. Mountain men, pioneers, and settlers, and native cultures have all made their attempts at survival in this wild landscape. When they knew what they were doing, they fared well and enjoyed the bounty of the Rockies. When they were foolish, they perished. It's said the mountain's got its own ways. I'll need to incorporate the knowledge of the old ways with the modern methods of survival if I'm going to make it through the week unscathed. These horses are new to me, and I'm new to them. It'll take us a while to work out a relationship. If it sours, it could be dangerous for me. And if I stay on top of it and treat them right and show them confidence, all three of us will make it through the week without an incident.
Well, that's the horses taken care of. Electric wire put up all around. I'll talk about that later. And lots of grass for them to eat. Sun's going down. It's a great view. Time for me to get myself settled in.
This location might have a fantastic view, but there's no water, so it'll only hold me for this first night.
Well, with two horses to look after, I can't exactly just pull up at nighttime and hold up somewhere and weather out any storms and make it through the night. I've got to look after the horses too, so that means stopping a good hour, depending on where you are, maybe 2 hours before the sun goes down. First so I can get the horses set up, and then so I can get myself set up. I'm just gonna pull a classic cowboy move here and sleep out under the stars. So the benefit of being out here with a couple of horses, well, actually there's many benefits. For one thing, I don't have to carry all my own camera gear around, although trying to set up shots is tricky. But I end up getting a lot of good materials to use. These are the pads that go underneath the saddles for the horses. Turns into blankets or a pad to lay on for me for at night. This'll help. This is my only source of water for now. This is a simple bladder pack that I've been drinking out of. This site up here, I'll be fine right now just to, I just heard something in the bush, probably an elk. Just to get away from, well, just to settle in for the night, but I'm gonna have to get down from here. I'm too high up and there's just no water. I'm out here as a casual rider. Just gone for the day, check out a valley, do a little bit of fly fishing, and head back home. But now I'm stuck. So now what do? Well, I'll tell you one thing I don't do is I don't panic. If I panic now, my horses are going to panic. And that's the last thing I want to have happen. My horses need to stay relaxed and calm. As it is, they're out here alone with me. There's bear out here, there's mountain lion out here, and both of those creatures can spook the horses quite a bit. Even elk can spook the horses. I've got to try to keep them calm. If I stay calm, I keep my horses calm, they can get me out of this. So having the horses will change how I survive, because I can't just go and curl up in a hole and say, this is a good spot, I can make it here, I'll be fine. I gotta look after them, and that's a lot of muscle back there. I don't want them getting spooked, I don't want them getting nervous, and I don't want them getting ticked at me. So keeping them alive, keeping them calm, that's gonna be key to my own survival while I'm out here in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. All right, here we go. It's night number one. I've got a flashlight and I've got no food, very little water, no survival gear really. It's gonna be nice having that fly fishing rod. And my horse blankets
And that's about it. Oh, and this sweater, so that'll help keep me a bit warm. And I just remembered that I am probably in an area with the densest population of mountain lions that I certainly have ever been in before. So I'm thinking I should be closer to the horses. I'm kind of exposed out here in this little field, sleeping out in the middle of it. But there's also black bear here. I don't worry about the black bear. I worry more about them when it comes to my horses, because they can really spook a horse. But here, on my own, I'm a little more worried about mountain lions. So I'll have to keep my eyes open. I know that they have attacked people, and not far from here, and people see them all the time. So I'm right out in their homeland right now. So that's it. This is night number 1. I'm surviving in the middle of the Colorado Rockies with horses. I'm gonna sleep with my boots on, just in case. Well, no food now in my stomach, so with that in mind, I'll start grazing and eating everything I can. That any wild edible that I find, anything I see, and I've got to get the horses to water. You got to keep your horses clean. Any little bit of grit or dirt that gets underneath the saddle, underneath the cinch, can really bother the horse a lot. Annoy them. Before you know it, you've got trouble out there. Flint and Remington are good horses, but they are still animals, and they can react on instinct alone, and that can be dangerous. Okay, that's one. Now I gotta do the pack horse, which takes even longer. Knowing that I'm out here for a full week and having to film everything myself, I need to bring a pack horse with me to carry the gear. The benefit to this is that it helps keep the riding horse calm, because they don't like to be solitary creatures. But it creates double the efforts and double the chance of accidents for me. Operating my camera gear to cover all the action of surviving out here is tough. The horses get annoyed by my constant getting on and off of them to set up the cameras. To those who are observant, the mountains offer a great bounty of wild edible plants. Some are poisonous, but many are a good source of energy, vitamins, and nutrients. It's hard with a pack horse on the back. The packs often get caught on trees when you're going through this tight bush like this. Over top of trees, around through brush and bush. You really got to be careful. You got to be ready with your other hand. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. That's it. Because if the pack horse gets stopped at the back by a tree, like right through here, ooh, good, then I got to be ready to ease off with my hand that's holding him. Out here, this time of year, major lightning strikes come daily. They can really spook the horses and send them running. Hopefully not with me half fallen off, boot still caught in the stirrup, and my body being dragged at full speed along the ground like a wet rag. Excellent. Some protein. Once I clean the dirt off of it. Believe it or not, earthworms have a lot of protein. Well, that one's a little gritty. Ooh, and a little bitter too. Oh, I've got major thunderstorms threatening all around me here. I'm just gonna keep moving, give myself another couple hours of travel. All I've done all day so far has been travel. Just keep on moving with the horses. And it's a little tricky trying to film when you've got to look after the horses and keep riding. So mostly I'm just trying to get to a good spot for water and survival. After a full day of riding, I've made it to the top of a ridge with a good view and enough grass to feed the horses. Well, I'm getting chased by the rain here a bit. There's thunder
clouds all around and lightning strikes. I've got to get myself set up here. Well, it's not much rain, but it's enough that I don't feel like standing out in it right now, so I'm left with hanging out under a tarp. The rain has abated for now. I find that I'm at quite a disadvantage with the horses. I have to look after the horses. I have to make sure they have enough grass every single night. Have to make sure they have water. That's not too much of a problem. But the grass is a problem. And as it turns out, that a lot of the places that are best for them to survive are not so good for me. So today I was pretty much reduced to just grabbing some wild edibles all the way along the trail. I got a load of this stone crop. High in vitamin A, vitamin D, shooting star. The shooting star, the leaves are good, and so are the roots. Some dandelion, there's nothing bad you can say about dandelion. It's delicious, and it's full of tons of nutrients. That's one thing that there's no shortage of around here. All kinds of dandelion. Thistle. Now the thistle is delicious. Of course, it's got the spines on it and everything. Wow, mosquitoes are really coming out up here. But if you peel away the bottom of it, it's juicy. It's like asparagus. I'm freaking hungry, let me tell you. These horses take a lot out of you. Now this would normally be a fantastic find. Not necessarily so in a place like this. Let me explain why. Normally I'd be quite thrilled to find this much snow because it would represent for me some great fresh water. But here in the Colorado Rocky Mountains, these patches of snow that are left behind in the late spring and early summer, if you see a red kind of watermelon colored tinge to the top of them and you eat that snow, you're in for some serious stomach and bowel problems. Not quite certain what it is, whether it's bacterial or fungal, but I'll tell you, it's the one thing you do not want to eat out here is snow with a slightly red tinge to it. It will make you sick for quite a while. One way to get around it, if you really must, and it's the only way to get some water for survival, is to simply get rid of the top layers and go down in the snow a few inches. Get away from anything that looks like it might have color to it. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Cold water in a very dry place. That goes down nicely.
It's generally known that there is a lot of giardia, a waterborne parasite, in the water of these hillsides. Even though the meltwater from the snow has formed puddles, they're still likely stagnant, and animals from all over will be here to drink and likely defecate in the pond, so it's not a good source for me to drink from.
So tomorrow, if I can find an area where I can have the horses in a rotating pasture, all within a short distance, by the day, that would be great, and then I can concentrate on getting some real survival food, some meat. It's a long day of riding. Nice ending, though. All right, so I've got about a 2-hour ride to get back to the valley that I passed earlier. There's some good grass there, and I think a better chance for my own self to effect survival. I might even be able to catch some fish if I'm lucky, because I saw a stream there. So I better get moving.
I've been caught off guard at just how much energy is taken from me looking after these horses. Little green plants, are not going to give me enough of what I need to keep moving and to find better survival locations.
Toughest part of the day, saddling up the horse. There we go. Okay. Saddle time. That's it. Okay. I'm exhausted. I've got to pack this camera now, so.
Even in survival, it's better to think ethically. Spread around the horse manure so it's not left in one big pile. Otherwise, the large clumps of manure kill the native grasses. As I travel, I'm trying hard to find a place where both the horses and I can survive at the same time.
So this is the stuff I need for the horses. Just good, straight grass. However, this, right beside it, is poisonous for the horses. And if they get too much of it, it can be really hard on them. So even trying to find a location out here where I can feed the horses at ease and not worry about them poisoning themselves can be tough. You still have to find a section of just good grass and no poisonous plants.
This poisonous plant is called larkspur.
I've come back to this valley that I passed through yesterday, and it looks like I've got enough grass for the horses, and there is fresh drinking water for me down there, which means there's obviously fresh water for the horses too. And then there's a series of beaver ponds, which I'm hoping will have brook trout in them. So not a bad place. If I'm lost and I'm stuck and I've got to survive, this will have enough going for both me and the horses. So now I finally get a chance to explain this corral that I've been putting the horses in. See, the best way to help them survive out here is by having this portable electrical fence. This is safe, effective, and it keeps the horses in where the grass is. And that's a good thing. I just got to put all these poles in and then the cable. And this is it. Just an electrical cable. Goes around each of these posts. And I continue on. All I have to do then is make sure that it's free and clear and not touching the ground in any place, like branches that might be coming up. Clear those away and attach it to the battery. We've got ourselves a portable electric corral. Best way to look after horses when you're out like this.
The way to test and see if the fence is working and it's delivering its electric shock is to touch it using a leaf. You get the zap, but it's not as strong.
Okay, it's starting to rain on me, so I better move a little faster here. And this whole time that I've been here, I was thinking that I would probably have to make some kind of a lean-to or something like that just to get organized for the night, and completely forgetting that I've got a horse. I've got two horses, which means I've got horse tackle, I've got rope, and a canvas tarp, so I can save myself a lot of time and a heck of a lot of energy. So I don't have all that much tarp now that I think of it. Now, I can't actually cut this rope because I'm going to need it for when I travel with the horses. Now the clove hitch over top of a piece of wood stuck inside the corner here. All right, well, this may not be the sturdiest shelter that I've ever built, but hopefully it'll keep the rain out. I tell you, it helps a lot having something as simple as a canvas tarp. Saves me a lot of energy. If I had to build a full-on lean-to, utilizing all the boughs and branches around here, there's lots of materials, but it would have worn me right out. This saves a lot of trouble. The problem with this shelter is all of the heat will just escape right out, so it's not really going to keep me very warm. And I don't have any matches, but that doesn't mean I can't make a fire.
As always, for me, having a fire in a survival situation reigns supreme. It'll keep me warm and cook my food, any food I might get.
Let's see if I can get a fire going using this flashlight. First, we'll start by taking this thing apart. So take out the bulb. I'm going to need to break through the top of it. Okay, that's that. What I need to do is break the bulb without breaking the filament inside the bulb. That's the tricky part. Where's my bandana?
Broke the bulb, but I think the filament is okay. Put it all back together here. There's the bulb in there. And so I've got all my powdered dried grass mixed in there. With any luck at all, this will ignite for me. All I gotta do is turn it on. Let's hope. Yeah! Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo! Watch that rope doesn't burn. Did you see that? Oh, that was sweet. Eventually it just sort of poofed the grass into flames there, and that was nice. Now I just need something to cook on this fire. Well, there's a lot of old dry cow patties around here, so I've grabbed one or two and put them on the fire. That actually will keep the fire going for hours. It'll smolder and smolder, and the added benefit is it got rid of all the mosquitoes. So I could sit here with the mosquitoes gone and watch the night come in.
Manure is simply dried grasses packed tight by the intestines of a hoofed grass-eating animal, so it's the perfect long-lasting fuel once it's dried.
Sun's setting on day 3 now, and I've eaten an awful lot of greenery. A ton of dandelions today. I've got to watch that. That could be really hard on the system. Well, I sacrificed my flashlight for fire, which as it turns out is not such a bad sacrifice. A lot of the wood here is pitch wood, giving me a torch, which is great because I need a light now. Feel bad for the horses. They're just covered in mosquitoes back there. So hopefully it'll cool down enough tonight to kill the mosquitoes off, but not so cold that I'm chilled down here and have to keep the fire roaring. But at least I do have a fire, which is amazing now. So what I want now is to cook something over top of this fire. And the something would be fish, I hope. There's a big creek down there. Ooh, there goes a big, big duck. Well, there's a big creek down there, and hopefully it's full of brook trout, and I can get some food.
Without food keeping my blood sugar levels up, it gets hard to think, which is a dangerous situation when you're looking after horses.
Well, the mosquitoes seem to have stopped. That's good for me. I've got the fire going here, and I'm not noticing them at all. I even went back to the horses and gave them one last wipe down with my hand, just sort of killing hundreds of mosquitoes all at the same time. It's kind of gross. But with the cooler temperatures coming in, even the horses should get a break. So with any luck at all, I might even get a night's sleep here.
Well, I spotted all of this white bird droppings here on the log, and I thought, well, maybe this is where a grouse likes to sit. And then I looked about 4 feet away. Oh, and it still smells. So this is obviously a spot where either a pack of coyotes or a mountain lion has taken and killed a deer. Now there's not much left there for me that I can use, although some of this deer hair here might just work out as fly material for fly fishing. So that's good. That's helpful. The skin itself, well, I could boil it and eat it if I had a container, which I don't. But the only possible thing left for me, and I doubt it, not by the feel of things, yeah, if I would go in, might be able to. Might see if there's any brains left in here to eat. That might be the only thing that's still possibly edible. Ah. There we go. Ugh. No, I don't think so. Phew. If I had a container to boil in, I could probably take all of these rib bones, boil them up, and make a kind of a stew. Kind of a gross stew. Now this is only about 75 feet from where I'm camped. So it shows you that there's either a very active mountain lion in this area, and this is not a very old kill. It still reeks. Or there's a pack of coyotes that are taking down the odd deer.
my best bet by far is going to be to get out here in these little beaver ponds and see if I can catch myself some brook trout. And that would be survival. Of course, the issue here is that I've never fly fished before, so. Now, I've bait fished all my life. Can't be that much different, can it?
I'm not that far away, but it still took me a half-an-hour ride to get from my base camp to this spot. With any luck at all, it'll be worth the ride. As I fish, my stomach growls are reminding me of the importance of being successful at this.
Well, that was fast. Lost my fly already. That's my bad technique. So this is a bit tricky. Trying to get it out into there is really shallow right in the beginning. Trying to get it way out there is going to be tricky. I might have to walk around a bit.
This is when cowboy boots, necessary for riding, are not so good for survival. The ground all around this creek is essentially a bog.
Okay, I actually just hooked the camera. I caught the camera. Unbelievable. This is why I don't like lean-tos, which is essentially what this canvas shelter is, a lean-to. You're completely exposed on one side, which is not a good thing. So I've got to tuck in behind here and hope that everything stays dry. Well, I'd spent a few hours at fishing with no luck. Going down there, I think the stream's just too shallow, not enough holes. It's way up high at the top end of this whole system. So tomorrow I'm gonna head downstream and see if indeed I can find some brook trout and get some real food. In the meantime, I'll wait this storm out and then see about getting some water and seeing if I can boil some water.
Even these fast-moving streams have been known to have giardia in them. The result of ingesting this parasite would be extreme bowel cramping, diarrhea, stomach upset, and weakness. Nothing you want to deal with in a survival situation.
There we go. Cow patty. And that's all I need to keep the fire smoldering while I'm away. Works great.
I may not have a metal pot, but that doesn't mean I can't purify water.
Well, I've tried this before, and I've actually burned a hole through the bottom. No surprise there. But I've also had it be successful for me, too. I was down earlier washing my hands and my face in the stream, and, you know, that's all it can take sometimes to get giardia. And in these streams, there could be giardia or cryptosporidium, so I want to be real careful. So I'm going to attempt to see if I can boil this water in this water bladder here without burning through. In theory, it should work. Well, this is not a good sign. Man, I tried. There's my leak. Well, that's too bad. I was just about to turn the cameras on because it was starting to rumble and boil. So I've got a small pinhole leak, but I have purified this water. Well, I'll drink this up. I can probably reuse this and get another boil on, as long as I keep the pinhole to the top. It looks like, obviously, if I'm gonna make this work, I can't let the flames get anywhere near the bag at all. With plastic, sometimes you can let the flames just lick the bottom. But this is pretty thin, so I think it's always got to be done by coals, and then I can bring the water to a boil in a bladder bag like this. And that way I can purify the water and keep the giardia out of my system.
Of course, eating these little chicks would be helpful in a survival situation. But I think having the heart and leaving them be is the better way to go today. Besides, the mother keeps watching me. Without any deciduous tree leaves available, evergreen boughs can be very helpful when it comes to insulating my shelter from chilling drafts. I'm lucky to find them in a forest that's been devastated by pine beetles.
Well, that ought to help a bit anyway.
It still gets pretty chilly here at night, and you never know when a storm might blow in, so every little bit of protection from the elements will help.
So I went down to the pond down there and made it back just as the sun was setting. The pond is very promising. Lots of little fish jumping, just little tiny guys. I was trying with the fly fishing, but the mosquitoes are really thick right now. So I'm gonna wait till tomorrow morning and then head down, try some fly fishing in that pond. If that doesn't work, see if I can get some worms, try it with some worms. And man, if I could land me a half a dozen or so of those little fish, phew, that'd be sweet. That little pond down there is the one where all the fish were jumping last night. So I'm gonna try and see if I can entice them to grab my hook this morning and save myself from maybe going out on a long trek with the horses searching for some other pond where I might catch fish. I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. You go out fishing casually or you fish for survival, either way, you can have a lot of luck or you can be skunked. I'm gonna give it my best shot here at this little pond. Of course, the difference for me is that I need this food. I'm getting tired of eating dandelions and violets and glacier lilies. Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to take my shoes off and wade into the water a bit to get close enough to that hole to try to get to the fish. I say unfortunate because that water is coming directly off a mountaintop from melting snow. It's gonna be cold. Well, wish me luck. Well, I spent an hour at least down there trying to catch some of those brookies, and I didn't catch a single fish. I caught two! You know, they said, make sure for survival that you carry a fly fishing rod with you. In fact, everybody who goes out here riding in these mountains, in these hills, takes a fly fishing rod with them. And now I see why. Now that is survival.
5 days into survival, and luck or no luck, I'm beginning to feel the stress of little food and a little sleep. Frustrations can't be understated, and it's taking its toll on my filmmaking.
All right, this is going to be good. Now, I could easily just eat these fish raw, just bite into them as they are. You know what? Hang on a second. That lens looks really dirty. I better clean it. All right, this is going to be great. I'm sure it would look really cool if I just ate this raw, but I've got a fire going. Now, most of the I'm so f***ing hungry and tired I can't talk anymore. But you know what? The toughest part of survival is the psychological part. And after 5 days, with nothing but dandelions and violets to eat, cooked fish is gonna do the job. But the only thing I'm gonna take out of this fish is the intestines. I could actually probably eat them, although it's not good to eat the intestines with all the... Yeah, whatever, forget it. I don't even know what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna cook this thing and get eating. Enough filming. This is about as good as it gets when it comes to survival. Yeah, woohoo! I can't believe it. Not bad for never having fly fished before. This makes survival a whole other story. There's a few components to survival. The will to live is obviously one of the most important ones. The physical conditioning you're in, what kind of state of health you're in when you start survival. Sometimes even just dumb luck matters a lot as to whether or not you're gonna survive. But one element that I always add is your kit. If you've got something in your kit to help you, it can make a huge difference on whether or not you survive. And for the riders that head out into the Colorado Rockies, sometimes all it takes is one fly fishing rod, and you've got enough to survive until you get home. It's certainly gonna help me. Oh, now this is more like it. Look at that. Now there is a survival meal. Got my dandelions, my yellow and purple violets, and the main course. All right, so I've also cooked the internal organs, the liver, the heart, even some of the eggs, well, all of the eggs that are in these fish. It's all edible, all good.
And there is nothing like fresh cooked fish, let me tell you. Mmm. Wow, that's good. Oh, man. Hot food. When it comes to survival, hot food is just, it's such a bonus. Oh, that's better than eating it raw. I'm gonna come down and brush Remington and Flint. Once again, they're just covered with mosquitoes. Especially Remington, the brown horse. I guess they like that color better because they're all over him. Hey Remington. Hey buddy. Come here. See what I mean? It's just covered. I come out here quite often, but it doesn't really do much good. He likes it anyway, I can tell. That's just an insane amount of mosquitoes. If that many mosquitoes were on me, I'd be going out of my mind. Poor fella. Time to saddle up, head for greener pastures. Hey, Remington. Hey, buddy. Got one. And watch, Remington always follows. Now they're caught. Now I can saddle up. There you go. A lot of work taking care of horses. Feeling weak. To carry a fire bundle that regularly needs tending to while riding a horse is just not going to work, so I'll have to leave my fire behind as I begin my trek out of here. You're doing good. You're doing good. That's it, Flip. That's it. Everywhere I can stop and get some more food, I've got to do that. Each time it means tying up the horses and then getting into the area, and it could be a lot of effort for nothing. So hopefully a few fish will outweigh the benefits of climbing down this and climbing back up again. Okay, there's a nice little pool right over here. I'm gonna try dropping my fly into. Oh man, that was funny. I was just actually making sure that I had a fly still on my end of my rod, and I was just sort of flicking it back and forth, and I actually snagged a little guy. Now that's fresh fish. It's good if possible still to get rid of the intestines and gunk. That's the only thing that'll give it a bitter taste. If you eat them all, you get a ton of nutrients. I'm gonna go back to the sushi bar. Easy, easy, easy. And on we go. The trip back out towards the ranch follows a valley the whole way. Often, that's the only way to find your way out. In this part of the world, you can follow the course of the waterways. Eventually, they'll lead you to civilization. Well, I have no fire, of course, for this last night, so I just decided to huddle underneath the tarp here. Weather's fine. I don't think it's gonna rain. Mosquitoes have all gone in now. It's cool enough, and this is kind of like night number one all over again. So I'm just gonna huddle here and head out in the morning.
You know, surviving in the Colorado Rockies might not be that tough of a challenge this time of year. There's a lot of wild edibles, and if you've got a fly fishing rod, you can catch brook trout. But throw in looking after a couple of big animals, whoa, Flint, whoa. And the rules change drastically. Of course, the best part is they can take me home. Let's go, Flint, let's go.
Mountain men, pioneers, and the original native inhabitants have all called this area home. On occasion, when the mountain changes, they may have even cursed it and wished they were safe in the flatlands. Either way, you can't force your own agenda on nature out here. Mountains got its own ways.
For 8 long months here in the high Arctic, the ocean is frozen solid. And in the summer, and even using that term summer is a bit of a stretch, there's a short period of time where the land is finally allowed to breathe. When the snow and ice finally retreat, researchers from all over the world come here to study narwhal, polar bear, and even killer whales. Every year, there are stories of people who get stranded. Even the local Inuit get lost and have to survive out here. The weather can come in hard and lock you in from traveling home for weeks on end. So I'm here to survive, alone, without food, with very little gear, and no camera crew in the Arctic tundra.
I'm on northern Baffin Island, where every month is a new season. At 72 degrees north latitude, the sun remains in the sky nearly 24 hours a day this time of year. The ocean might have thawed, but it remains cold enough to kill you within minutes of complete immersion. It's a harsh and unforgiving land. I've left the research team on the rock and I'm being boated into a remote location for my own challenge. Any travel in this region is long-distance travel. Right now, most of it's done by boat over the deadly cold Arctic waters. Just as it would play out with an actual researcher, I've given myself a few items to survive with. Fishing tackle, a 2-way radio, and a battery, a small handful of whale blubber given to me by my Inuit guide, and a collapsible canoe. The spot I've chosen is a prime fishing area for Arctic char, but they only run here once a year, and like the caribou herds, if you miss the run, you can starve to death in an area that otherwise teems with life.
Well, at least I'm left with this survival suit. That'll help keep me warm. Even just trying to get out here, we had to put up with 2 solid days of strong winds and rain, and it actually delayed me getting out to this spot, coming from our base camp. But I'm in it now. Wherever I end up having to survive, I've got to set myself a list of priorities. In a place like this, it's going to be shelter. I'm extremely exposed here. The wind is blowing in hard, it's cold off the water, and it could rain on me at any moment. It could also turn to snow. All I really have to work with in this old fishing camp is that shack behind me there. And there's no roof.
It never fails to bring me down a little, this worldwide juxtaposition of ocean refuse and ocean beauty.
That's pretty gross. It's all rotting and filled with mold on the inside here, so I don't think this is the spot. Lots of junk around here. Might as well make use of it. This'll help.
It's not hard to find refuse on the shores of all the world's oceans. The advantage is, of course, that without it, I'd be reduced to hiding behind a small hill somewhere to get out of the wind. Well, it's a wind block and a rain block. And that's what I need. Lots of breeze coming through here, but start.
So here I am sitting in the middle of the Arctic. eating whale blubber from a narwhal. A going-in gift given to me by the Inuit hunter that was training me out here. Now, the problem with this whale blubber and the skin is that the smell of it is basically a dinner bell for polar bears. Raw whale blubber and skin. In polar bear territory. This feels kind of like deja vu. I don't know that this is a smart thing to be doing.
Well, I'm sleeping with a gun beside me tonight. Loaded. Hopefully I won't have any issues with polar bears at all. I'm sleeping on top of the floater suit. I'll put it on if I get cold enough. It's actually quite cold here. It looks beautiful, but the wind coming off that ocean is really cold. I don't need to use night vision on the camera at all because it's 24 hours of daylight. I don't think I can stay here too long. The wind is really pushing in here. It's hard to fish on the ocean side here just because the waves are so big. Just got to get through tonight. Wind and the Arctic go hand in hand. Small canoes can be useless in a place with frigid waters, big waves, and relentless winds. I'm alone out here. If I were to capsize, I'd be in more trouble than I even care to think about.
Man, it's so windy, it's just blowing that big iceberg right into the bay here. It's got me locked down. I can't get the canoe in the water to move and get closer to the fresh water. And it's gotten pretty cold, so wind can blow like this for weeks. And at this stage, no boat can come back here and get me.
In the Arctic, the land and weather just are. You can either handle it or you can't. And taking chances is a fool's game. Right now, no safety crew could get to me if they wanted to. And with polar bears around, taking a chance on survival is exactly what I'm doing.
The wind is coming in way too strong for me to stand out here and try to do any fishing to get some food. It's brutally cold coming in off the Arctic Ocean. I'd be chilled to the bone in no time. Now that iceberg way down in the corner is the size of an office tower. And 8 hours ago, it was many miles down that way. Yet over the course of the time, while I was hunkered down in that little shack, it was blown right across the bay. That's how strong this wind is. And it's cold. For now, I'm gonna head inland just a little bit, get a drink of water from a nearby stream. There's a river down that way, and then come back in and hunker down. That's all I can do is wait out this wind because I can't travel. I can't put the canoe in the water and get out of here. It capsized in seconds. Unlike a lot of places I've been, Giardia is not very prevalent in the Arctic. The water is all fresh and clean, coming straight from glaciers.
With water looked after, I can concentrate on trying for some food. In colder temperatures, the need for food escalates. My energy is depleted much faster while I deal with the wind and the cold. Well, I might as well try switching lures for a while anyway. This one's not working. I tried scouting around by the river to see if there was a spot in behind a ridge that I could get protected from this wind, and it's not so bad. There's a few spots, but it's still pretty windy there. Instead, I think I know a way I can make my shelter a little warmer. In fact, I think I can get a fire going. Ingenuity is always the mother of survival. Once I started looking around with an eye towards surviving, it's amazing what small items, man-made or natural, that there are. They can help to improve my situation.
Well, don't look so surprised. There's not a ocean side in the world that I've been to yet that doesn't have refuse on it. Oh, hopefully that'll work. Now I just have to try and get a fire going without matches here. Focus. There we go. Now it's focused. With very little effort at all, I'm able to walk around this old fish camp, and there's all kinds of little slivers of wood, bits of plastic, and I don't have to put much effort into it. Just have to gather it up, bring it over here, and I've got a good fire bundle. Of course, now I need to have the fire. All right, this CB radio. Right now, it's not the radio that I want. It's the battery from the radio. It's a little 12-volt battery. This is what I need. Well, scored a couple of things when I went over and looked in that big 45-gallon drum full of junk. There was old cups and teapots and tons of metal cans, but also old dish scrubbers and steel wool. And with this and this battery, I can make fire. I just have to touch the steel wool of those two terminals and it should ignite for me. All right, well, wish me luck. Touch it to this terminal here. Oh, let's get it under there. Ah. That is nice. Woo! Boy, if any place I needed a fire, it's here in the Arctic. And that worked like a charm.
Just about every place on the planet has an ancient and primitive people's history. The Arctic shares its history easily, as it can be thousands of years before items biodegrade and vanish from existence.
This mound here is a couple of thousand years old. The Thule Indians first lived out here, and this is what they made. Big sod circles. The camera's actually in a lower circle, and then there's the entranceway down even lower. Come into one, come into the other, and over top would be whale rib bones and caribou hide. And that would make their shelter, which would be a heck of a lot warmer than the plywood crate I'm sleeping in. And all this area here is obviously where they harvested the sod from to make the mounds in the first place. Pull out of one area, drop it down right beside it, and make your mound.
There are places where you can take the time to affect your survival, like in the tropics, but up here the land offers no forgiveness. It's indifferent to whether you live or die.
I should have moved. It was a calm wind for a few hours, and which I slept through, fortunately. That helps to get some sleep, but the wind has picked up incredibly now, and it's raining. I think what I'll have to do is put on my big orange survival suit and get the heck out of Dodge, which means going across the river, going across the rapids in a fold-up canoe.
All right, I'm packed up. It's probably going to take me a couple of hours and a few trips, since I have to take the canoe as well. And that's the easy part of the trip. After that, I've got to negotiate the rapids. They're only Class 1 rapids. They're no big deal, just little riffles, but the water is frigid cold, and everything I have to survive with will be in that canoe. So one wrong move and I could be in a lot of trouble. But first, hike.
At least hiking overland in the Arctic is not as tough as pushing through thick bush. And although in most Arctic regions the mosquitoes can carry you away, here on Baffin Island, there are relatively few bugs to bother me.
I was expecting to have to cross this river at a much more dangerous spot up ahead with rapids. But here, I didn't spot this before. It's quite low. Obviously, I can walk across without any issue at all. I'm at low tide right now as well, so I've got to get the rest of my stuff across before the water level picks up. It's your pace to look around and play it safe. If I were to dump here in the water, with everything I've got, it'd be a very dangerous situation. This is, after all, the Arctic.
Someone's got to come back for the camera. Okay, so this is the section that I have to get across now, and that's nothing. I can scoot across that without any issue at all. I got another bit of a distance to carry all my gear before I get to what looks like some old fish camp. There's a bunch of 45-gallon drums over there. So I'm gonna put the camera away so it doesn't get wet, hop in the canoe, get across there, and get onto the camp. Hopefully before it rains.
This is a heck of a lot easier than hiking it over. Nothing like canoeing. Now, maybe I'll pull off here without ending up in the ocean. The trick is, the river meanders all over the place, and if you get caught down one current, you get taken way out of the way. So I just sort of hug the right side here and make my way over to this side of the river. With any luck, the fishing will be better over here too.
Since I was filming in the river, the rain came in pretty hard, and I had to sit here for about a half an hour while it pelted down on me. Now there's sunshine over in that part of the sky, which is great. Unfortunately, the part of the sky that's still coming towards me is still white with rain. Now, I gotta make this home. And I've gotta get some food. I'm stuck here with a bunch of metal drums.
Well, so much for that. I spent all the time going across land and then across the river and then across a little bit more land to get to here. And in the span of time that it took for me to do all of that, the ocean calmed down. So I could have just waited, got in the canoe, and actually just got in the ocean and paddled around to this site. It just shows you, you cannot, take chances on the weather. It's really difficult. So as it is right now, I mean, I'd like to start throwing a line in, see if I can catch some Arctic char. But that doesn't mean that this blue sky isn't going to leave me in 45 minutes. So what I better do first is get a shelter put up here. Then I can start trying for some food. One man's toxic sludge is another man's potpourri. It's not so bad. Well, that gives me a place to get into when it starts raining again.
Once again, with my shelter looked after, I can turn my efforts towards getting food.
Wind has picked up again. Unbelievable. Did not take long at all. I had about an hour of calm weather here. Now the wind's coming right in on me, and that's a cold wind. Taking a couple of leaders here, strung them together. A couple of small hooks on the bottom. Some bare hooks, bare hooks, bare hooks. All I have to do now is put some bait on it. Some whale blubber, a couple of small hooks. With any luck, the seagull will just go for a big gulp. Now what I'll do is I'll take this blubber and I'm gonna rub it around everywhere because, oops, not all over me, because that scent is gonna bring the seagulls in. Now these traps can be very effective. It's about 80 yards or so from my shelter. That shouldn't scare the seagulls much. Hopefully they'll come in and I'll have myself a bird dinner. All right, now I gotta get fishing.
Birds and their eggs, wild edibles, all of them are great survival food, but nothing equals the advantage of having actual fishing tackle to catch the large Arctic char. Catching fish with improvised bits of string and pins bent into hooks is an extremely rare bit of situational luck in usually extremely harsh and challenging situations. Fishing tackle for me now is no longer recreational equipment. It's survival gear.
I've been fishing for a few hours without a single bite, and I've seen birds, seagulls all around me ever since I first got out here, and yet, as soon as I put the bait out, I haven't seen a single bird. You know, maybe if I blow a little bit of harp, it'll change my luck.
See if I can get a bit of sleep. Quarters are a little tight compared to the last shelter, but in fact, with any luck at all, they won't be as windy. And I think I should be fine for rain as well. I think I'll be all right in here. As long as it doesn't get too windy. Who am I kidding? This is Baffin Island. It's always too windy. Good thing about that bird trap and any traps that you leave is that they work when you aren't working. So if I hear a bird squawking, maybe that will be dinner for me.
Loneliness seems intensified in the Arctic, with its long and foreboding expanses that wrap around all of your senses.
I'm finding now that my lack of food, this is 4 days without food now, is really wreaking havoc on my energy levels. It changes all the time, depending on where I try to survive. But when I have to survive in cold and wind and rain, it just depletes the energy levels that much faster and makes things a little tougher to deal with. So I'm going to put in a concerted effort at trying to catch some fish now, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to have to head inland and see what I can do.
Just the act of walking to check a trap can suck the energy right out of me.
You know, the craziest thing, now it's 4 days without food, all this cold, fresh air. Dreams are just becoming extremely vivid. Wow, just way whacked out, wild and crazy dreams. Never happens at home. You get out here without any food in your stomach. And all the aloneness, the big expanse, and the fresh air, and you just get these intense dreams. Also getting pretty down, actually. Dreams are kind of like an escape. Feeling a little down. Man, nothing. That's a shame. I haven't put a big hunk on top without a hook in it that if they wanted, they could have just taken, and they haven't even touched it. That's really strange. I threw a couple pieces out on the ground before. There's some down here on the ground, and I watched them come in and eat it. This thing's been sitting here for 24 hours, and they haven't touched it. That's a bummer. All right, back to fishing. Cold, wind, lack of wild edibles. It's a tougher one. These kinds of temperatures in the gray sky, very little blue, play on the psyche. You know, many people have perished because they missed the caribou migration by about a week up here in the Arctic. I'm probably about 2 weeks early on the Arctic char running up this river, and I'm paying for it with an empty belly.
When it comes to luck in survival, it's all about the timing. 1 month, 1 week, even 1 day, can make the difference between life and death by starvation. Timing is everything. I've been trying for days to catch some fish for survival, and I took the chance on throwing a line in just now while the narwhal were forcing the char close to the shore and right past my lures.
You ain't going anywhere, buddy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Come here. Okay, I'm gonna keep fishing. If you watch in the background, there's a narwhal going right by me here. Maybe that's what's chasing all the Arctic char in and why I'm able to catch them. It's because there's narwhal out there trying to feed on them. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Come on. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Whoa, easy now, easy. Haha. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh. You know, the irony to this is that I wasn't even going to come back and fish right now. I was getting so disillusioned with all the fishing. I was just going to hike the fields and start gathering a lot of edibles. I don't even know where my fishing rod went. That was a big one. Oh yeah. And no word of a lie, this is how I caught him. First this guy, then to that guy, then I cut that guy, and then finally that big mama. Check it out. This is a good day. This is a good day. I'm one hungry boy, let me tell you. It's been 4.5 days now, and I could use some nourishment. Time to get some.
Understanding some traditional food preserving techniques can save a ton of food from perishing and ensure survival.
Split the fish like this. Now I've got to put some slices in the fish so that it can air out. If I slice in straight, they tend to fall together, so I've got to slice on an angle so they fall, all the little sections will fall open and then dry better. Fresh sushi. Man. Can't get sushi this fresh in LA. One thing I love to eat on fish, and not too many people save, is the liver. I find the liver and the heart the tastiest part of the fish. So I'm gonna save the liver and the heart and eat those up. Eating the fish roast, fantastic. Caviar, basically. Highly nutritious. Look at this guy. See those right there? That's where some other fish, maybe a seal, has gone after this fish and tried to catch him and eat him. And he got away. But he didn't get away from me. So I will honor you, buddy, by eating you. Of course, now the possibility of polar bear coming is going to be that much stronger with all this fish smell, whale blubber smell all around my camp. No eggs in this one, but a nice big liver. So I'm going to have to be extremely diligent watching out for polar bear. That's 3. Last one. The beast. Sweet. More eggs. Number 4. 4 reasons why fishing tackle is vital in a survival kit. Normally, a lot of this stuff would go to waste, but in a survival situation, that's definitely not the case. First of all, I've got all these fillets here that are cut away that I'm going to cook up and enjoy. Got liver, which is my favorite, some fish hearts, and what's left of the fish there's a ton of raw meat on it that I'm going to pick away and just eat raw now and enjoy. The fish eyes go in for soup if I had a pot, which I don't have a pot, so I can just eat all of that raw. And then lastly, all the intestines, well, I'll be able to use them to add to my bird trap over there, because they don't seem to be coming in for the last little bits of whale blubber that I put out, so fine. I'll put out some of this fish. There's a seagull right now. Out and see if I can get myself a bird to add to the feast. But for now, speaking of feasts, I'm gonna go get a fire going and continue with my fish feast. This is killer. Measure of a good outdoor guide. If they can get a fire going for you after 3 days of solid rain. That is a good guide. And of course, if they pull out some chocolate and some scotch or wine, well, then they're master guides.
Having fire in this area is a luxury afforded me by the refuse left behind by people fishing here.
All right. Magic. A little steel wool, 1 battery, and we've got fire. Fresh, cooked Arctic char. Wow. That's unbelievable. Now, right now, my editor's watching this. I'm thinking, man, I wish I was there. Catching them char and eating them too. Oh, that's good. Right, Barry? Oh, that's so good. The reality is now that I'm here to film a show about survival. But the fact is, we're so far out in the north edge of Baffin Island that anything could go wrong. And it could be that these 4 fish I caught are going to be desperately needed, not only for me, but also for my safety crew. If we get trapped here and can't get out by boat, helicopter, or plane, food will run out, and catching fish may be what keeps us all in survival. It wouldn't be the first time that a film crew has been stranded somewhere remote. Oh, and here comes the rain. I gotta go. And that's what you look like to me. You look like a camera. Arctic char liver. Tender and tasty. Oh, I'm getting full. I think it stopped raining.
Just because I now have the bounty of fish doesn't mean that I shouldn't see what else I have available to eat. Those, after all, could be the last fish I catch.
There's hundreds and hundreds of these plants all around. I haven't got a clue what this plant is called. All I know from learning from an Inuit hunter that the root is very edible, and there's hundreds, maybe thousands of these plants all over the hillsides. This plant, which actually there's lots of it around my camp, this is the traditional burnable material. Now, I'm fortunate in that there's all that leftover scrap wood that I've been able to burn and have a full-on fire. But if I didn't have that, this plant burns fantastically. In fact, I do have a stash of this back at the camp for when I run out of scrap wood or through the night just to keep the fire going. Okay, here's some more wild edible plants. Beautiful. And tart too. These hillsides here are just carpeted with wild edible plants. So I've got wild edibles, fire starting material, Arctic char on the ocean coast, and the irony is that this has one of the harshest climates on the planet. And you'd think that it would be the toughest to survive here, and true enough, outside of a short 2-month span, it is extremely hard survival here. But right now, there's some bounty that I can take advantage of, and plenty of it, if you know what you're looking for.
The warmth of food digesting in my belly helps to keep the chills out of my body.
You know, one of the main components of survival is luck. I had fully intended on spending the day inland, searching for wild edibles and hunting for ptarmigan. And it was just by chance that I realized I forgot something, so I came back to the camp. And while I was here, I thought, water's nice and calm, the tide's nice and high. Maybe I'll try casting the lure in a couple of times and see what happens. And bam, you saw the results. So, as much as you need to be in shape, as much as you should have a survival kit, you certainly must have the mental faculties to survive. You have to have that will to live. But also, sometimes, to survive, all you need is a lot of luck. And today, I got lucky. I sure hope no polar bear come around with all that fish gut smell everywhere. Alright, this is morning of day 5. Trapped again by the rain. No surprise there. Anyway, fire's still going, so that's good. That was set up well, and I've got lots of food, so I'm okay that way.
I have no idea whether or not a fire will attract a polar bear or keep a polar bear away. I'm gonna hope for the latter.
Without a windbreak from trees, without land features to stop the windy onslaught, without a well-made constructed shelter, being trapped in by the wind and rain in the Arctic is unequaled.
4 hours, it's still raining. Four and a half hours. Still raining. That's it. That's been my view for 5 hours now. Lovely view, isn't it? I don't know what everybody's doing at home right now. Probably having a hot drink somewhere. Watching TV. Maybe they're watching Survivorman. I'm stretching. 6 hours, and it's still raining. 7 hours, and it's still misting / raining. Good thing that there's a lot of scrap lumber lying around here.
8.5 hours, and it's raining again. It's getting about time I do something. Rain or no rain.
One way I can make sure I don't lose a fire is to kind of put together a makeshift kudlik here. Got some of this, it's the last of the whale blubber. I was using it as bait for the seagulls, but instead I'm going to make an oil lamp out of it. If you just scrape the whale blubber, it just juices out grease and oil. Oops. Watch I don't dull up my knife. So I'll show you what I mean here. So, all right, now this is just an old sock that was laying around here, so I've been drying it, and I'm going to take a piece of it, soak it up into this oil. There we go. Okay, see that? I'll put that in a little protected place, and that should burn a good long time for me. Could still come in to rain on me here, but there's a little bright spot in the sky up there, so who knows? About 9 hours of waiting out the rain. The weather is blown in really strong, and I radioed into the safety crew, and it looks like we're just gonna have to pull out of here tomorrow. The weather keeps coming in and battering us, and we don't want to get to be one of those situations where we're locked down for a week. Just gotta get through this last night, but it is, the weather's just socked us right in. It's all just gray, misty, and blowing in from the ocean side. The wind and the rain continue to change the Arctic viewscape. I had lost a few days at the beginning of this Arctic venture, and now the return and repeat of the harsh weather is shutting down the chute and forcing the safety crew and I to head back to the protection of the small Arctic village we originally left from. But with my full belly of Arctic char, thanks to having fishing tackle as survival gear, I've been able to effect my best survival ever, in a place, above all others, that is probably the most beautiful when it comes to the landscape, and yet the harshest when it comes to survival.
In the heart of the northern Canadian boreal forest, there lies the small town of Hornpain, Ontario. Built because of the railroad, it survives in the middle of some of the toughest bush on Earth. Survival here is simply a way of life. There's no better place to bring a group of tough individuals. Hockey players. Tough guys used to a life on the road, where the survival is in the battle on the ice rinks of North America.
Wish me luck.
But there's no ice here. No after-game autographs to sign. There'll be no rest and no way out. The wilderness has broken many a strong man. It's my job to see just how far they can be pushed. And it's all in the name of charity.
What they've had a problem with here now is they're so far behind the other small communities that they play that they have to go out of town actually to rent ice, which is really hard to believe. There's some grandparents that can't see their grandkids play, so we're going to build a raised viewing area for those in wheelchairs, and the roof needs a lot of repairs. It needs some patch-up work, so that is why we're here, guys.
And we couldn't have a better reason. But now it's time for the challenge.
Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, when you show up to me, you show up with only your clothing, your bush clothes. That's it.
And just like in the schoolyard, the boys line up against a wall, and 5 team leaders pick their players. Named after their corporate sponsors, 4 groups of 3 and 1 group of 4 square off for the challenge of a lifetime. Team Ford, the experienced ones. Team Future Shop, the big guys. Team Coleman, the intense pack. Team Bearskin Airlines, the jokers. And Team Columbia, the youth squad. Before I send these guys off into the bush, I promised them a bit of time teaching some last-minute basics.
Everything about survival is ugly and miserable and just not a pretty sight. It's no joke that for me, on day 3, day 4 of my 7 days in the bush, I quit every time. I'm like sitting there going, what the hell am I doing this for? There's a lot of reasons why I'm out there, and a lot of it's for the love of it, but the fact is, it sucks enough that even for me on day 3, day 4, I still want to go home.
So let's get into some skills. To me, the best thing you can take in a survival situation, an absolute sure way of getting a fire going. So split into your groups. I want a fire that's still burning small when I come over to you.
Survival in a class is easy, so smiles and laughter are constant. But the reality of survival is not fun. So they need to take these lessons well, or suffer.
You've got 15 minutes to make me the nicest looking one-man shelter you can go for.
Fire and shelter are aspects of survival they're going to have to at least be competent at if they expect to escape a miserable night in the northern bush.
Last minute of play of the game!
Hang the room key on our shelter.
How's it gonna do for rain, you think? Is it sheltering you, Brad?
He's not averse to weapons. Not so good.
Is he hiding?
No, dry as a bone.
Thunder sound, please.
Turn around, brother.
Well, that's sweat. That's sweat. The reality of you guys being out there and where you're going, it's like I'll be on edge until Sunday morning because there is definitely reality elements to what is going on here this weekend and what you've got to do out there. There's definitely some stuff to take serious. I can tell you that some of you are going to be going out by airplane. That's how far you're going.
I don't want to know anymore.
So your challenge is to be dropped off, just the clothing on your back. First, make it to the first waypoint. When you get to the first waypoint, you have a choice to make. There's going to be a container there, and the container's going to have 5 items. You can take 2. Then you carry on to waypoint number 2. You get to waypoint number 2, and yet again, a container, and yet again, 5 objects, and a choice of 2. All right, you got to make that choice. The next waypoint will take you to, for example, that spot right there. That's where we want you to land. So each team is going to have a cameraman with them. So he's going to go with you, self-contained on his own. So that is the gist of how everything is going to happen tomorrow.
This is their challenge, and it's the big league of survival. Each team is taken to a different drop-off point where either a small plane or a boat waits to carry them into the heart of the wilderness. There are no safety lines, no sat phones or radios they can use to call for help. I'll know where they are thanks to satellite GPS units each team is given. The 5 teams were each assigned a cameraman, and where they're going is as remote as it gets.
It's a tough crowd here at Horn Pain.
Morning fog is keeping the planes from getting an early start, so 2 teams use rock, paper, scissors to see who flies first and gets a jump on surviving.
I like to throw rock.
They come down about 20 after there, and then they all get their fishing licenses.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I throw paper and I got cut. Okay. Okay.
Anyways, they're on their way
1,
in, so
2, 3.
all our hockey players are. They're
Not
all
a
on
chance
their
I do
way,
it 3.
so-
Okay, yeah, sure. 1,
Okay.
2, 3.
Bye.
Ah.
I'm a big shooters.
Here we go. Game 7. Game 7. 1, 2, 3.
And with that, a harmless game of chance gives Brad May's team a 4-hour head start on getting into the bush and affecting their very survival.
This is our drop-off point. Question is, do we take our boots off out of the boat so we don't get wet, guys? What do you think? Make the leap. This is unbelievable. Guys, thank you for the ride over.
We'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
This is sick.
Hey, the mark of a true outdoorsman, guys, is listening and accumulating information that you can use in dire circumstances. And I think our team, fountain of knowledge.
On the first few miles of their journey, each team has to find its way to 2 separate caches of survival items. And once there, they've got to make a smart choice. They can only take 2 items from the collection of gear they find. A choice that can make the difference between a dry, comfortable night or a cold, miserable one.
You got everything? You're all set?
Yep.
Thanks, man.
Adrenaline is running high. It's still just an adventure for them at this point. They're not thinking about being cold and wet, of being awake all night just to keep a small fire going. They're not yet thinking of survival.
Here it begins.
All the men knew they were here to help the local arena with a charity event, but none of them really knew what they were getting themselves into, and I wasn't about to make it easy on them. As they travel in, the men are stepping out of their comfort zones. One by one, the teams make their way into their own trailhead, into the wilderness. None of the routes will be a walk in the park.
Time for everything, eh?
Uh-oh, hornet's nest, guys. Seriously.
See, R401 is up here. R411 is back here.
Well, it's a long way out of our way if we don't. Maybe we go the wrong one.
The teams have a GPS with coordinates to lead them to 2 survival gear caches, where they have to make a choice of which 2 items out of 5 they'll take with them to aid in survival. It'll be hours before they make it to the first cache.
No one's kidding about the thick bush.
This is the course we want, right here. It's right on the line.
Perfect.
Am I right to say?
Looks good to me, man.
Bang on.
Just follow this bear trail.
NHLer Brian Muir is an experienced hunter and brings his own wilderness knowledge as an advantage for his team.
Pretty good. You got a pretty good bed right here. This is a decent sized bear, I'll tell you that. See, there's black fur right there.
I wonder which way we go here.
Team Ford has an advantage with an existing trail nearby. But Alexei Panikarovsky, Steve Mantador, and Mike Fountain, the youth squad, have a thick wall of green to push through.
Yeah, we're right on it. See, Mike? Excellent. Come on, let's do it. Right there, bring it.
You can see how easy it would be to be able to get lost, and if you didn't have the proper knowledge or instrumentation to be able to get you around.
Best part about it, Daryl, is we're ready for the challenge, bud.
Well, I love it that we have a pilot in our group, and navigation is what he's all about, so hopefully we can now find him, because I can't hear him anymore. Cheers.
Have you guys even found any bugs? I don't even think there's bugs in Ontario.
I kind of think the bugs are kind of like the Stanley Cup. They kind of want to stay away from the Maple Leafs.
Oh, Daryl. Not in our future, buddy. Our near future.
I'm pretty sure. It looks like somebody's walked right through here. Everything's kind of beaten down. Hope it's the guy that left our treats, and hope it wasn't us.
Follow you.
Chris King and his gang begin to get worried that they're running in circles through some of the thickest bush on the planet.
These are the red ones. Red, Les said, is good. Black is bad.
What do they taste like?
I don't know. Let's taste one and see. You know what? They're good. They're really good.
Wait a minute.
They're delicious.
Almost all of the teams are coming across the poisonous Clintonia borealis, and they're tempted to eat the berry that looks remarkably like a blueberry.
But we should test them anyway just to be safe.
Yeah, we'll give them Toto.
As you can see, I have no idea what these berries are.
I'm not
You
even
don't know?
guess. So if you don't know, you don't eat. That's the rule.
How we doing?
Bunchberries. Bunchberries. I'm pumped up, fired up, ready to go.
What do you think of these?
No, you know what? Are they blueberries? I just peed there though.
Yeah, those are probably blueberries.
I just peed
Those
there.
are blueberries.
Let's all eat one, so if we all get something, we're all good.
I'm not too sure. Guys,
Why do they taste so bad? They taste so good from the store.
That might have been the blackberry you weren't supposed to eat.
Finally, each team makes it to gear cache number 1. And now, it's decision time.
Hey! We got a knife. We got beef jerky.
Map of. Okay, this seems very pointless because we have this.
We have a picture of Les Stroud and matches.
Les Stroud. So we're allowed to take 2 things out of this.
I'm assuming the pot counts as one.
We got to open this up. We have instructions here.
There's
a book of matches.
The book of matches, and it's got something. It says something from Les.
It says fire starter.
Okay.
Don't we have a pocket knife?
Yeah, but this looks cooler.
It looks like a signed picture of Les.
You sweat, you die. Around the bush.
This is almost too. This is too good to be true, right?
Yeah.
This is really good.
Take advantage of it.
Well, I vote definitely the saw, and I take the pot.
You vote saw and pot?
Yep.
You don't want a knife?
Well, we can break trees.
We have our two. We have our. So we have.
We have
that
knives,
one, like,
and we can
multi-use.
break trees.
Got it, boys. I think this is a definite yes. Everybody okay with that?
Yes. Yeah. I say saw for sure. Pot we have to carry.
Strap it onto the backpack. It's fine.
Well, what are we going to benefit from this pot?
What are we gonna use it for?
Yeah, how are we going to benefit?
You can make tea.
I'm not drinking. Who cares about tea? But I guess we can boil water.
This is like my old SK6000 when I played for Detroit.
Brian Muir, Paul Goldberg, and Mark Suchuk are caught in a tough debate.
No, but it's Bush League. We can make tea. You want to win? If we make tea and drink tea tonight...
It's a competition.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Someone
stop
wins,
the
Goldie. Choices you make from this are very important in winning.
Extra weight. We don't need to boil water.
I will carry that.
We don't need tea.
I will carry that.
Oh, okay, but what do we need it for?
This smells so good.
Are you guys that hungry?
Beef jerky.
And we got a camera, so we can take a picture of this.
That's a good call.
Good call.
Brilliant.
So we don't need that.
Yeah.
We don't need the.
So
map.
the beef jerky.
We don't need the beef jerky.
No, I don't want it. So I would take the knife. The pot's brilliant because we can make tea tonight.
And I like the saw.
Meanwhile, Team Ford and Team Bearskin Airlines have both figured out how to cheat by using their cameras to take pictures of the maps.
Beef jerky. We have the pot. We actually utilized the other stuff because we took a picture of the map, so we don't need the map.
Let's take the bucket and the saw, obviously. Bucket. Okay, bucket saw.
Bucket saw.
Alexei Ponikarovsky and his team characteristically make a quick decision and keep pushing on through.
They're giving us food,
All right.
and this is
Well, I don't
this is
know.
hard to carry.
Knife, I agree.
It's my opinion.
Knife,
That's
I
my
agree.
opinion. And if I got outvoted, I got outvoted. I should have picked some skinnier guys.
That's the big.
Come on, man. Make your mind up.
We can make mint tea. We can make raspberry leaf tea. We could.
And that's gonna win.
I'm telling you, it will. I'm telling you, it will. Everyone is going to take this. Every single person.
This other stuff, actually, it's not part of the pot. It's not part of the cache. So we're going to utilize this orange ribbon that's hanging because anything we find in the bush, Les said, is fair game. It's all about survival.
Are you guys that hungry? Can you not go for 24 hours?
We don't need to eat today. That's why we.
Okay, so if you don't need to eat, give me the pot. You just said it. You don't need to eat. Give me the pot.
What are we gonna do with the pot?
The pot.
We don't need to boil water.
Okay, we can make.
We don't need to make tea.
It's not about needing. We're in here for a day. I could be buck naked and live till tomorrow.
I know.
So they gave us certain things. I just want to win. That's all I want to do.
Make it interesting.
So
I want to win.
Taking the pot will make us win.
Yes.
Oh my God, can't see anything. Too far in front of you, 20 feet probably, visual. Mike, you can barely see him up there.
Pop can here, boys. I think we could saw this in half and use it on the fire tonight.
The boreal forest begins to challenge the teams physically. This is some of the thickest forest on the planet.
Excellent news.
Hey, Tom, just walk right through it.
No way. Little taste of heaven here in the wild.
Some raspberries, so good find.
Rose hips, raspberries. Doesn't get any better than this. We just gotta find some blueberries, yeah.
Bee hazelnuts.
Bee hazelnuts is what they're called.
How would Les put that?
Oh, these are wild edibles, we call those.
Look at him, he's all red. Yeah. Did those cameras are waterproof? Okay, boys. Got a little nutrition?
As appetites grow for these athletes, they're smart to take advantage of any food they can find.
All right, red tape, boys.
All right.
And a lake on our left.
Finally, a few more hours of hiking, and the teams begin to find their second cache and their second set of choices to make.
I'm ready for it. Let her rip.
As you can see, we're coming up to an area that's been staked out with some orange tape.
Starting to rain, Daryl. It is starting to rain, buddy. We gotta start getting thinking about fire and dry stuff. Because if we don't get it, we're screwed.
Okay.
All right, give me an inventory what's in this bag.
We got a fishing rod. Looks like a bag of rice. There's a cup, an axe, and a tarp.
You think it's gonna rain tonight?
The laughter that dominated the survival class and the first few hours of the adventure begins to subside, and the reality of the survival situation takes over.
There it is over there. You can see her through the trees. So we're taking the tarp and taking the reel? Yep. Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yep. Well, after a rocky start, we're kind of clicking along.
We got thrown for a loop there with the RF1 and the RF11.
I think landing on the beaver dam threw us off.
You know it's not a good start when you land on the beaver dam and you step right on a hornet's nest.
We can do this for 2 lean-tos.
No, wait, but the difference is we have to sleep separately.
Do we
No,
have to?
we don't have to.
We don't have to. We have enough time. We can make one for 3 people.
I thought the rule was. I would have never come on this trip if I couldn't sleep with you guys.
Yeah.
I think my vote is tarp and rice. Tarp and rice? What do you say?
As we're gonna go into this night, I think honestly, being cold and wet maybe, that tarp's gonna come in huge.
Checkpoint 2.
Checkpoint Charlie.
Took 2 hours to get here. It wasn't fun at all. But here's the bag, and we're gonna find out what's inside right now.
I'm thinking rice and fishing reel.
Rice and fishing reel. I'm agreeing with that.
Is this the tarp to cover our shelter in the rain?
But
more important than fish?
I personally think we can build a good shelter.
We've got rice to eat.
We got rice to eat. I think we can build a good shelter. And then we gamble with this and see if it works.
No, it looks like it's just a regular H2O, boys.
Can we drink it and leave the bottle? Is that an item?
Here's the deal. We get disqualified after the fact and we live till tomorrow. Let's have a little sip, boys.
Yeah.
Seriously, we don't have to take it. We just drink it.
He said you can't take it with you. If there's water, we can drink it.
Oh, it's water.
We just can't take it with us.
Talk to me.
Dig in, bud.
The item's the bottle, but what's inside the bottle, irrelevant. Little victory drink, boys?
The water for
Once again, the same 2 teams found a way to cheat the system.
I think we outsmarted Survivorman on this one. I really do. I'm actually really proud of myself. There it is. Les Stroud.
Les Stroud.
Alright.
Fishing.
We got rice. We could boil some rice tonight, boys, if we have in water.
Boil rice and tarp because we got water. So
Okay.
consensus?
Yeah.
Rice and tarp.
Yep.
Decisions like these aren't that easy to make. Whether to accept hunger over cold, warmth over having a saw. Decisions are the hardest part of survival. Brad Sherman and his team are the first to make it to their final pre-assigned GPS coordinate.
Now we're talking.
And they're in luck. They've landed on a beach. Now it's my turn. Using miles and miles of rough bush trails, I'm making my way into each team traveling by quad bike and on foot to check on their progress.
Trail at all. We cut down a bunch of blowdowns. It's gonna be interesting how it must be for the guys out there trying to make it through this stuff.
This must be a joke.
Here? There's no rocks, there's no nothing. We can't do anything. Can't even light a fire here.
No.
Chris King and his men are not so lucky. Their final GPS coordinate leads them to a spruce bog, and this is where they'll have to survive. But Brad May and his team have problems of their own.
Oh my God, guys. We have to move. We actually have a couple of residents already here.
You're gonna let a little friggin' beehive like that scare you?
That doesn't scare you, bud? Look at them.
You guys want to start at the lean-to and I'll start the fire?
Start clearing. No, me and you firewood. We get a fire going.
Each team was given a small knife and a flint stick for fire. But if you're not used to it, it can be a tough way to get a fire going.
If it starts raining, we are screwed. Holy shit. Okay, if there's any pressure, it's now.
16 men, hardened athletes, along with a few corporate heads, have volunteered to survive for charity. And now they find themselves in a remote area of the Canadian boreal forest. They've all been brought in by plane or by boat to trailheads where they were given 3 GPS coordinates. The first 2 coordinates led them to survival gear caches where they had to choose only 2 out of 5 items to take as aids for survival. The trails to each of those 2 caches were long, hard treks through thick bush.
Look at that, boys. Fire starter right there.
The third portion of the bushwhacking leads them to a tiny spot near water where they have to survive the night. Shelter building and fire starting are their priorities now.
Twigs. Go those 2.
Thunderstorms are looming in the distance, but the men don't know that yet.
And this one, put it there. Perfect. Done.
There it goes. There it goes. Here it goes. Got it? Timber!
Every team gets down to business with only a few daylight hours left, but storms are on the way. If they've remembered the lessons in shelter building I gave them, they at least stand a chance at a dry night. Getting increasingly worn out by a lack of food and wet from the bushwork, the face of survival is harsher than they were expecting.
Coming together here, boys.
Remember I said my feet weren't wet? You're lying? I lied like a bastard. I am soaked.
We're heading down to Team Columbia. Alexei, Steve, and Mike. It's the young squad, the young boys. You can see how they're making out. Be careful with this fire, about it going deep, because this is spruce root territory. This is the type of thing you talk about where the roots can catch. So you want to sort of be careful of that fire.
But we weren't sure with it being so wet, you could still catch it.
That'll help. These little guys here, that's creeping snowberry. So watch for the creeping snowberry. Great little things to munch on.
Nice.
Raspberry leaves for your tea, right?
We got a lot of berries. We're gonna go back to the
Raspberry is like unbelievable there.
The tall blue ones,
Yeah.
they're poisonous.
Okay.
Don't touch them. It's Clintonia borealis.
What about the red ones that are in bunches? You said yesterday they were cool?
The red ones that are in bunches, like
And they're
together,
circular?
in the central, with the leaves all coming out from
rounded?
it. Bunch berries, yeah.
They're decent? They're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
The trek into each of the team locations is no easier for me than it was for them. But I've got to make sure they're all going to make it. It'll take me all day to get in and out of the team locations using old logging roads and existing hunting trails.
We should only be a few hundred meters from Team Fort, and any luck at all, they'll be where they're supposed to be.
Brad Sherman, Tom Warren, and Otto Ekinger have found themselves in a choice location on the side of a remote lake.
So how you guys hanging in?
We cut wood, we've got some nice joists and beams, and we've decided we can all live in one shelter.
Oh, you tied off with somebody's shoestring?
My shoe, these are 4-footers, so I got it next to one too, and then we'll take it off tomorrow.
One thing that I used to do for rope all the time as well, if I didn't want to sacrifice my shoelace, if you cut a string off of the bottom of your t-shirt, cut another string off, you can twist them together.
Weave it, yeah.
Bang,
Great idea.
Twisted, strong rope. I'm not going to stay here much longer. We're gonna head out and check on the rest of the groups. But so far, major bonus points. You guys are hanging in there. All right, not bad at all. One thing I didn't tell them was, with all that firewood there, what might have been a good idea was actually to light the fire now anyway. They don't know for sure they're gonna get that fire. So they would wanna get it going now would be the better thing. And just keep putting big logs on it to keep their coals, because it might not be raining now, but it could be pouring later.
As the reality of their survival begins to become clear, the men begin to understand a little of what I go through.
Gotta love you, Les. Where are you?
The tarp looks like it would have been pretty handy.
You know, I bet you a million people say to Les that you got the coolest job, but sometimes it's like, you spend a week in this, see how you feel.
Okay, we're actually in the middle of the lake right now, and it's bucketing down, and we got lightning happening, and this is not a good place to be. In the middle of a lake in a small tin boat with a faulty motor, with a massive lightning storm overhead, and the rain pouring down. So hopefully we'll make it to that next group real quick.
Until now, Brad May, Daryl May, and Mike Cross have been the team with the most boisterous and fun-loving attitude. But it's the team I'm most concerned about. Mother Nature's indifferent to your survival.
You know, that's funny. You know, that's one of the hidden dangers in the bush that is one of the trickiest ones for me to come across when I'm out there surviving is hornet's nest, wasp nest. Because you got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, right? So yeah, I might be inclined to say I'll move even 100 feet away and you're good to go.
All right, boys. Daryl? Good luck, man.
Thank you.
We're heading out.
Thank you.
We're heading out.
Thank
Good luck. The night's coming in.
You got it.
And you got some stuff to deal with here, man. I'm going to lead you to it because you're not as far along as you think, and the night is closer than you think.
Okay.
All right? Get rocking.
Bearskin Airlines chose the tarp and jerky. Bad call, in my opinion. I mean, they could have taken the saw, and they would be able to clear away branches really easily, get their shelter made. Instead, they opted for a little bit of jerky over that. Ooh, I don't know. Knowing that you're going to get out of here tomorrow, too, I think I would have left the jerky behind and gone for the saw. So they didn't even, and then they didn't take the axe in the second location. They took the tarp and the rice. So these boys followed their stomachs over their minds, I think, in terms of what they should have taken. We'll see how they fare.
Once things turn this wet, the danger of hypothermia is very real. I can't get the men out of this bush in the night, and hypothermia can kill even the most fit of individuals. The game has become real. Brian Muir, Paul Goldberg, and Mark Suchuk had opted not to take a tarp, a decision they're regretting now. But to their credit, they've made some very strong shelters and managed to keep a good fire going in this downpour.
I'm worried about how wet you are. You're soaking wet. You know what that means 6 hours from now? Cold. Yeah, but you got a killer fire going. No fire for Team Ford. No fire for Team Bearskin Airlines. So they're going to have to get their fires going now. My new star cameraman come out here without a raincoat. Strip that shirt off and then...
I couldn't allow one of my own camera crew members to become a liability for the team.
Thank you. Good luck. Good on your head. Keep the heat in. I'd rather you be hot than cold. Just don't sweat. You sweat, you die.
16 men, miles from safety and civilization, in the middle of the northern Canadian forest, struggle to survive for only 24 hours in some of the thickest bush on the planet. Professional hockey players, trainers, and businessmen have volunteered to take on my challenge in the name of charity. They're learning now that survival is no joke. Two of the teams are learning a lesson the hard way about getting a fire going early.
Get it on. Dry pants are gonna get burned, boys.
Sticks. Need more sticks.
All right. So we've had a little bit of a problem here with our fire.
But you gotta get the
So often, people underestimate the importance of getting a fire going early and keeping it going. It can be the difference between survival or death.
Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking.
And as cavalier as these guys are being about it, they got lucky. The rain stopped.
I think there'd be something in here.
Nice. Sorry, bud. Yeah, I'd eat that. Hey, if I was a fish, I'd eat that.
Making a hook and a floater out of an old pop can, Chris King, the hometown favorite, is thinking about food. He's using his well-honed fishing skills he learned while growing up in this region. Meanwhile, all the teams are having equipment problems.
Yeah, it's rotten up here.
Our saw broke. We rigged something up here. We thought, as a team, that we could probably line this up and shoot a stick through one side, a thin stick.
Ready?
Yeah. That's in. She works.
Nearing the end of the day, I finally make it through the bush to the last team. Chris King, Brendan Morrison, Todd Empry, and Steve Miller, the only team with 4 members, had the longest trek through the bush out of all the teams. But they're strong and they're thinking smart about their own survival.
You're the last group that we've checked on. Okay. We've been to them all. They've all made it to their destination. I'm a little worried about some of the groups with hypothermia. I'm worried about the Maisie boys on hypothermia, and I'm worried about the last group, Columbia, on hypothermia. You guys are doing the right thing. You're taking the time to dry off. The best thing you guys can do now is get everything as dry as you can. Maybe sacrifice 1 or 2 guys for firewood. Get lots of firewood. For the group that's gone and the longest in the bush, you've actually got probably the strongest, best setup going on.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks again for having us, eh?
I'll see you back on the ice.
Son of a bitch, I can't wait to get you back on the ice.
The long, hard day turns to night, and I've made it back to base camp, and I leave the men to the mercy of the night.
That's about it. We've checked on all the groups now, all 5 groups, and they're doing not so bad actually at all. But you know, if you've seen what I do, this is fine at this moment, at this point. Spirits are still high. It's starting to get dark. That sun's going to start dropping. It's going to drop fast. When the sun goes down, mosquitoes are going to come out extremely thick, and that's going to be hard on them, I'm sure. The other thing I've got a lot to worry about here is just how hypothermic these guys might become. They're strong lads. They're all healthy guys, but a lot of them are drenched to the bone. Now, the last group that we saw, Team Future Shop, were doing great. They were drying their clothes. They were doing the right thing. But I'm worried about some of these other groups. I'm worried about Team Bearskin. Worried about Team Coleman, I think it was. So hopefully these guys will dry themselves out and they'll make it through the night. But the bugs are going to be bad.
10 hours into their survival challenge, 5 teams made up of hockey players, trainers, linesmen, and corporate heads have, in this short time, seen what it's like to push through thick bush, to make and keep a fire going in a torrential downpour, and now finally, thanks to the choices they made at survival caches along the trail, they can try to gain some comfort with a little bit of rice. The teams are learning a valuable lesson on how a small bit of food can represent a huge psychological boost, and these guys are used to big meals.
That's good news.
Once again, the northern weather shows its true self and the skies open. Survival is not about sitting back and waiting for bad weather. It's about constantly preparing for it. And the kind of night these men will have depends entirely on how much effort they've put into the day.
2 hours, still raining.
Oh, it'd be so nice without the rain.
Ironically, the supreme fitness level of these athletes is the one thing that has me worried. I've always found that people with a little more fat on their bones do better in the bush when it gets cold. It may be midsummer, but we're pretty far north. And with rain pouring for hours, hypothermia is a serious concern. I can't get them out of here at night. They're completely on their own now.
So you want to know what you do when you're in the bush with 4 guys. Well, this isn't what we do. That, to me, resembles spooning.
You burnt my boot. I asked you not to burn my boot. It's so dark right now and I can see my tongue burnt. I'm so angry right now. Like, how are your boots?
It's easy knowing yesterday what we're doing, knowing we're coming out today. Easier.
Do you move on? Is this your camp? You know, if you're really lost?
Yeah. No, you have to move on. You have to do that. Every day you have to, you know, make some progress.
Few of these men will sleep tonight. Few people ever do in a survival situation. You're lucky if you get 20-minute naps before a chill wakes you up and reminds you of where you are. The only comfort they have now is the fire and each other.
Right on line. 309, big ol'. We made it through a night. Goldie.
Let's go.
Let our homeward trek begin.
The night finally over with, the men aren't wasting any time at all in getting up and making their way out of the bush. The last thing anyone wants here is to spend another minute surviving. Few have slept, and the only way to knock the night chill out of the body is to get moving.
Buddy, we made it.
We made it, buddy.
Now, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers to go through harsh terrain.
They always say accidents happen when you're closest to the home. So.
Following preset GPS coordinates, each team makes their way towards various rendezvous points to be picked up by truck and driven out on logging roads back to base camp.
Here's the road, boys. Nice and wet.
I don't know, which direction you guys want to go?
As the morning brightens, the teams are still faced with a long trek out to a rendezvous point. Team Future Shop was first in.
Cheers, boys. Job well done.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
All right, you guys good to go?
Yep. Winners, Team Coleman.
Aloha!
Good morning, good morning. We did.
Miles from base camp, Brad May, his brother Daryl, and Mike Cross are not back yet, and they're having trouble. More trouble than they even realize.
You got one other team back, and we got another team coming out here, so I'm gonna head in and wait for them. We'll see you in a bit. That's Team Columbia and Team Ford coming down the road. Those boys are all gonna walk back. They got some serious pride going on.
Refusing to jump in the pickup truck, the youngest team and the oldest team opt to keep walking their way into base camp on their own steam. Athletes until the end.
This is unbelievable. I can't even walk. Like, honest to God, you can't even take one step, any foot in any direction, without having a tree branch or tree stem in your way. This sucks. Thanks, Les.
One by one, the teams have found their way out, but not Brad May's team. Now this charity event quickly turns into a possible emergency. To be lost out in this bush is no joke.
All right, so actually we got a real situation here going on right now. Team Bearskin Airlines, Brad May and his brother and Mike are still missing. They're missing in action, so we're going to maybe have to go into search and rescue mode. Jerry, one of our guides here, has gone out to try and find them, and still no sign of them. Every half hour we give them is another half hour of travel. They could be getting farther away, right? Yeah. If those guys aren't found right now and he's almost at their camp, this is not going from fun TV time anymore. We're going into something real here, so I got to make sure.
What do you think, as navigator? How far off are we?
We gotta go there. Yeah, we're just doing an arc.
Okay. It's hot, sticky. This blows.
Come on, Jerry.
Brad May and his men are lost. In a bizarre twist of geography, their GPS unit has been affected by the magnetic current in this area, and it's leading them off trail. We have a local guide who's traveled this bush extensively while hunting, and he's headed in to try to find them.
You think we're going left?
No, we're going this way, straight away. Straight ahead, so right.
Jerry, we do not copy. We do not copy. Repeat, please. Over.
They're over there.
Not even realizing how lost they are,
Could be the other guys.
Brad and his team hear a distant sound.
Hello?
Is it a test to see who? Do you go to the voice? It's getting closer.
Yep. Hello?
Don't you think he'd yell and say, come this way?
We supposed to be coming to you?
That's our guide.
We're over here.
Finally, 3 hours after realizing they were lost, our local guide, Jerry Smith, makes his way through the thick bush, right to the team.
Repeat, you've got him, repeat.
These guys had a good night. Their spirits are up. They're doing right. They'll walk out or take a ride, whatever you guys think we should do.
Copy that. Thanks for that reassurance, Jerry. Thanks for getting in there and found him. All right, we're good to go. Over. That's good.
You guys had the biggest walk in the morning to get out of here, right? I told you I was going to come get you, so damn if I wasn't.
Survival. Even for fun, even for charity, it's still survival.
Oh. I just don't want to walk anymore.
The cold is still hard to handle. No food, and you still become weak. No sleep, and your judgment is still impaired. These men got off lucky. It was, after all, only one night. But a night of survival is a night you never forget. The hockey players and corporate sponsors left behind a great financial gift for the local arena and the town of Hornpain, Ontario. Oh, and my choice for the winning team? Well, that goes to the hometown favorite, Chris King and the boys of Team Future Shop. Now the men can go back to their arenas, their star athlete treatment, and their busy schedules. But they take with them a new perspective on survival, one that will last a lifetime.
It should be no surprise that professional athletes enjoy watching survival programs. They're tough already. This is my world out here. This is the world of wilderness survival. So now, they've got their opportunity to come out here and survive with me.
And his opponent, Elias Theodorou!
You're ring tough, this is bush tough. It's a whole other world, man. But then they get their chance the next day. And I'll go on the field, and in the ice rink, and in the ring. And I see if I can survive their world. This is fighting to survive.
Elias Theodorou, mixed martial artist.
Official weight 184.5 for the Spartan!
As a fighter, I think I definitely have not only the discipline, but also somewhat the mental fortitude. This might not necessarily be the 15 minutes of pressure that I get in a cage, but rather, the 24 hours of pressure and the many different elements, if you will, that I'll be dealing with. My friends and I used to watch them all throughout high school. When I told them what I was doing, they're uber jealous. So I'm really excited to get the full Survivorman experience and, more importantly, survive on my own.
You've got to look at it like, you remember the first time you went into the ring?
Yeah.
You prepare, you train, and even if you've got control of your adrenaline rush, the opponent throws something at you that you weren't expecting. In the beginning of survival, it's like the first time in the ring. You think you're all set, and then Mother Nature throws something at you. So I'm going to help Mother Nature a little bit here and throw some things your way that you're not expecting, just to keep you off kilter a bit.
Okay.
That's survival.
Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah, okay, let's go. You're about to get punched in the face.
I'm fascinated by the fighter's mind. Throughout many, many years of teaching survival, and how well would someone who is so disciplined, so trained in very emotionally grueling, intellectually grueling, and certainly physically grueling challenges, fights, if you will, how would they do faced with the challenges that exist in nature, in the wilderness?
All right, here's what I've done. This is just for you, Elias. First of all, I'm gonna walk through what we've got here, okay? A pot to boil water in.
Amazing.
A chainsaw for cutting wood. Bug pants. A flint striker, duct tape, fishing gear, compass, one match with a box, a clear plastic bag, some beef jerky, emergency blanket, folding knife, belt knife, I'm going to allow you to pick 3 of these items. As I said, in survival, you really don't know what's coming at you till it's at you. A lot of times you don't have a lot of time to decide what you're going to do with the situation. So right now, you've got 30 seconds to pick 3 items. Go now. 1, 2, 3,000, 4,000.
Chainsaws. I'm gonna grab the water.
10 seconds.
Okay. Striking match and then a knife. Oh God.
Done?
Yes, I think so.
All right, you did that within 20 seconds. Okay, so you've got a pot to boil water in, a knife, and a flint striker. Have you used a flint striker before?
No.
Okay. That's gonna be interesting. These are your 3 items to take out into the bush. A couple things are gonna happen here. I'm not going to tell you right now why these are good or why they're terrible choices. We're gonna find out there.
Fair enough.
If you made a good decision or not. But for now, the thought here is these are your 3 items, and we're set to go out in the bush. You good to go?
Yep. My expectations are that it's going to be tough. Obviously, being out in the elements, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever happens throughout the day. But I'm sure the further out that we get, the more, creepy crawly things that are going to be popping out of nowhere. The big issue is going to be, keeping warm throughout the night. Whether it's making my own shelter or potentially even finding whatever food sources are around.
You ever spent a night out in the forest without a tent?
No, definitely not.
How about alone? Have you ever spent a full day and night just completely alone?
No.
So this is it. This is the place. We're gonna hike in up here along this creek. One thing that's gonna be good about this is for navigation, I'd like to have us so that we never really lose sight of this creek. That way we'll always know where we are.
Point of reference.
Yeah, so we've got a point of reference. We can use the creek, and that's a great way to do it, whether it's a rock ledge or a road or a trail or something like that. Keep your senses going. You're like, okay, I know where I am, I know where I am, I know where I am, and that's what we want to have that today. First, though, before we head into the woods, I want to see what's in that backpack of yours.
Let's do it.
All right, let's see the cheats you brought into the game here.
Contraband, if you will.
Contraband, yeah. All right.
So, face wash, I assume.
Goodbye, goodbye. Soap, goodbye. Toothpaste, goodbye.
Bug repellent.
Oh, no. That's a big cheat right there, man.
Got some hair products, got a lighter. I'm gonna get rid of the lighter. Hair products.
Yeah, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Purell,
Afterbite gone. Unless you have personal medication,
let's
throw
get rid of the whole thing.
There you go. All right, throw the socks away. I'm gonna give you an advantage. Okay, so hang tight, stay right there.
Thank you.
All right. Right, we're far enough north that it's going to cool down at night. Plus, it may or may not rain, so I'm giving you a little bit extra punch.
Appreciate it.
All right. Other than that, you're good to go, man. Now we start to survive. All right. Now the shit gets real.
This, again, is me being nice to you. All right, so giving you the jacket, that's going to help out when it's cold. But what I want you to do before we go, because we're not taking any water with us, is hyperhydrate. Okay, so I'm going to...
It's actually funny because we do the same process in fighting. It's called water loading. So you drink a lot of water and it basically builds up your bladder and then you pee everything out. Yeah. So you're flushing everything out and that includes your weight.
Look at that, he's a slave to his cell phone. It cracks me up. Even here, even though he's going in on a survival mission, he's been on that cell phone since we stopped. Sometimes when I see that, I feel old. All right, time to head into my world. Elias and I'll head in. Max is going to follow along, getting shots as he can. And we've got company. We've got my dog Rogue with us. So this will be interesting to see how survival plays out when you got a dog along.
That beaver dam?
That is exactly what that is. That's a beaver dam up there. But it's also our bridge. Never walked across a beaver dam before?
This is definitely a first.
Yeah, I have fallen in, just so you know. It has happened just when you get cocky and think, I got this, and then, and you find yourself 6 feet down in a beaver hole somewhere. Yeah. You can see the creek. We really don't want to lose sight of the creek. That'll keep us going in the right direction. And I want to turn over where we go to you now. Oh, wow. So you're going to be leading the trail, right? You're going to start taking us deep into the forest. We're going to keep going until I've got something else for us. Don't get us lost.
Yeah, right. A little bit of birch can go a long way later tonight. This all seems dead, and I know dead is more flammable stuff, so whether it was the birch that we had earlier, but try and set this on fire. If I can actually set some fire with my flint stick.
Yeah, this is thick, thick stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's nice and open, but it's not getting us anywhere. No. You know, it's okay if we meander a bit here.
As long as you keep
as long as we keep things in mind is where we got to get back to, and we can get back to it easily. See, right now, the creek's over there. Mm-hmm. So if I look like this, the sun is hitting me here, right? So, and if I turn straight, 45 degrees, I know that's the creek right there. So that's probably gonna serve us for a while. I mean, when I say for a while, I mean a few hundred yards, not a quarter mile. In a quarter mile, we could be super lost. Sure. You know what else is out here? A lot more than in the forest? Deer flies. When I think about my own enjoyment for the fighting sports, I like to kind of back myself up and say, well, yeah, that's ring tough. But this is bush tough when you get out in nature. But pro athletes, like I say, man or woman, hockey or fighting, football or mountain biking, there is another level there that they have to go emotionally, physically, and mentally. And so if you take what I do, wilderness survival, which is a stripping down to the bare bones of existence, pure survival, food, water, shelter. And then you throw in the toughness of heat and bugs or cold and wet. Is it a different level of surviving? Or do the pro athletes exist in that same realm?
Ah! All right. Water within sight.
You can see the water?
See water again, it's to our right.
See how easy it is to walk away from it though?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, one little turn to the left and we're all of a sudden a long way from the water. I can see the water there. All right, my friend. I have no idea whether or not you're going to need this. See the stuff here? Mm-hmm. That's your toilet paper. Huh. It's better than toilet paper, actually.
Now that we speak, now that we're talking about it.
Yeah, or you can gather now if you like. But that's your best toilet paper out here. That's called sphagnum moss. You can see how instantly just being in an open spot, even for a moment, just makes you feel that much better. I know the deer flies are out here, but just getting a break for a second from that bush, man, feels good. What I want to do, actually, I want to put you here and just say, you know what, dude? This is it. This is your spot, which brings me to the fact that the way I'm talking right now, that's because I'm going to leave you here.
Oh, yay.
You're doing this alone. You got to do this alone. Ooh, it's 2 o'clock. Changes everything, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, the choices you made on what items you brought, everything matters at this moment. I'm gonna leave you here alone for the night. That's the first part of this. Second part is, I'm gonna come and check on you. Probably a couple of times. I'm gonna come back in, check on you, see how things are, and there might be some opportunities for you when I come back in.
Deal.
You're gonna have to hydrate. Make sure you hydrate. I don't want you dehydrating on me out here.
No one wants that.
Gonna handle this?
I think I'm gonna try.
This is bush tough, all right? You're ring tough, this is bush tough. It's a whole other world, man. All right, Rogue. Let's leave the fighter to himself.
The thing about wilderness survival is the wilderness doesn't care. It doesn't care whether you live or die. It's not in a competition with you. This is not the other hockey team. It's not the other football team. It's not the other opponent in the ring. It's just the wilderness. And it's the champion. You can't beat it. So there's a difference. You have to learn how to go the distance. You have to learn how to stick it out for the 3 rounds, knowing that you're up against an unbeatable champion. And that is the difference between, I think, wilderness survival and a pro-athletic endeavor like fighting.
Just more or less the realization that I'm actually really alone now, right? No tips, no heads up, just start doing you. And unfortunately, that includes all these fucking bugs. Horse flies are worse than getting punched in the face. This is a definite.
I've watched Survivorman or two.
What I want to do is to try to get us a little closer to a real survival situation. And the only way to do that is to knock Elias off his mark a little bit. I need him to not think he knows, oh, I'm getting bitten bad here, what to expect in terms of survival.
Ah! It's the flies that are killing me now.
These things will teach him far better than if I am out here saying, do this, do that, go here, go there, pick up this, pick up that. He's got to do this on his own. One mistake he's making already, though, is not noticing the fact that he's soaking wet with sweat. I'm literally naked right now, drying all my clothes off because I'm going to want them to be dry for the evening. I'm feeling bad for him. It's hot, it's muggy, the flies are bad, and he doesn't really know what he's doing. I think I'm going to go throw him a lifeline.
Fuck, there's so many flies. One running right up my nose.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Should have got the candle. Sucks. But as soon as I get it, we'll get going. Fuck. Just gotta focus like I do in a fight.
You up here, Elias? Oh, dude.
How are you shirtless?
How you doing, man?
Okay.
I want you to stop for a second.
Yeah.
Okay? I want to give you a little bit of help here.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like you're concentrating on fire.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. No shelter?
No shelter just yet.
Just yet. Okay. I don't know what it's going to be like for rain, but concentrating on fire is a good thing. One thing you haven't done that I kind of want you to do, I'm worried about that sweat on you. If you're wet with sweat, that's going to chill you down tonight. All right? What I want to do is actually throw you a lifeline.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3 items for you.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let me lay them out. You decide which one you want. Don't guess. Don't say what you wish it is.
I know, right?
Because if it's not one of those things,
I'll be crying on the inside.
You'll be crying all on the inside, no question about it. Okay. In survival, sometimes luck happens and you do get an advantage. It's not all disadvantages. It's not all surprises that take away from you. Sometimes you walk around the corner and you find a cabin. First item I'm gonna offer you up is the match. Second item is a piece of cheese.
Cheese is glorious.
Third item, serious advice from me. Potentially
life-changing advice.
Life-changing advice. Potentially life or night-changing advice, exactly. Okay? The last item is a bug jacket.
Oh, God.
Your call, my friend.
Well, the instant gratification of having a light is huge. There's enough dead things around that I could probably keep it going. And then that would help with the bugs long-term with the smoke. So that's kind of my thought process. The bug jacket is glorious, but I think I wrap myself up, get a fire. Your advice would be great too. It took thousands of years to figure it out. I think I'm gonna go with the light.
You gonna go with the match?
Yeah.
Interesting call. Interesting call. All right, Elias, remember, with only one match.
Only one try.
Only one try. That's all you get at this, okay? You can't blow it. Here's your lifeline.
Can I call a friend?
I think giving Elias a lifeline also gave him a psychological boost, and that was really the point of it. It wasn't so much to advantage him physically in the surviving that he has to do, but just show him that, you know, you can have luck out here too. And it doesn't have to all be bad luck.
Should have really went for the bug jet. No regrets.
I don't plan really on making a shelter. There's such a nice breeze coming through here. I'm hoping this breeze will keep the mosquitoes down. The breeze can die, and then I'm in trouble. But a shelter's not going to change anything when it comes to mosquitoes.
Well, fuck it.
What are you thinking?
I've already used the lifeline.
Having the mental stamina to push through the toughest challenges has to make somebody a good fighter. There's no question.
How does that feel?
Oh, I can already feel the flies disappearing. Even if it's mental. All right, we got ourselves a fire. Flies are still here. Fire's still going. Also have my water boiling. I know I'm supposed to be hydrated, but I don't feel brave enough.
well, I feel brave enough to sleep out here, but not brave enough to drink the water. So, give me the old boil. Once night falls, all of the horseflies go away, and then bring on the mosquitoes, right? But horseflies are just ginormous, and they just itch on contact, whether they bite you or not. And still no cloud in the sky, which makes it seem that I won't be rained on, which is good because I have a very crappy shelter over here.
I'm not suggesting that I, being a wilderness survival guy, has a lot of character. I'm just simply saying that I do know that it's taken a lot of mental toughness to survive in the wilderness as I have. And Elias has that mental toughness, and absolutely, that is what makes him a good fighter. There's nothing that can beat you like your own mind.
Bit of a gnarly gash. Oh, if I had $1 for every time I slept on a rock. I forgot to tell you what I chose as my 3 items from that pile of survival items that I put down in front of Elias. I chose bug jacket. I chose a flint striker because I know how to use one really well. So for me, that's pretty much for sure a fire. And I chose the what they would call the space blanket or emergency blanket because I know that it's fairly large and I can use it kind of like a tarp roof if it does come on to rain. If it doesn't come on to rain, then I'll just use it as a blanket over top of me and hope that it keeps the heat in. I better start getting some firewood together.
Elias needed to go through what I've gone through, which is why A, I wanted to leave him alone. B, I wanted to leave him disadvantaged with the tools that he had at hand. And the only way to do that is to do exactly what I did. Here's your A, your B, and your C. Now deal with it. That puts him on a level of understanding what I go through when I'm out there. And that would set the stage to enable him to put me on his level of what happens in the gym and what happens in the ring.
Welcome to Chateau Elias. You can see my newly minted hammock. Now we'll be sleeping above ground, both to avoid the bugs and potential snakes, cougars, and everything else that could be coming out of here at night. Got myself some water from the river that's not too far from here. Don't really trust it, to be completely honest, although see how desperate I get in a little bit. Definitely makes me miss cold water out of a tap. So I guess when it's all said and done, I'll at least appreciate the little things that I take for granted back home, like no bugs. It's not that bad. It's better than sleeping on the floor with all those other bugs. I saw a spider that was clearly pregnant, and it scared me so much. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna sleep with my mouth open? And then I'll wake up with a mouthful of roommates. So once dark comes, I'm just gonna close this up and go to bed. So that's kind of my game plan right now. Just wait till the light goes out, and then let's hope a bear doesn't come. A lot of wishing and praying. Like, again, I kind of kept an open mind. Obviously, every fight isn't an easy one. Some of them are easier than others, but some of them you have to push through. Case in point would be my fight against Thiago Santos. He's a tough individual, a madman, if you will. And it was my first loss, but one of my proudest fights. Even the ones that you don't necessarily win, you come back with potentially a winner's mentality. I was kind of going in that realm in the aspect of surviving, because he hit me with everything I got, even to the point where I was peeing blood after the fight. You know, I survived to tell another tale and came back stronger. Hey.
Now we're talking. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Yeah?
Could always be worse.
Looks good though. Do you need the candle now?
No.
You wanted the candle so bad. You're thinking, I should have took the candle. I should have taken the candle. Why did you want to?
Well, I thought maybe, like, again, it would help with the bugs if I kept it closer. I could.
No. It's tempting. See, the reality is these guys are also, just like not drinking, you know, wilderness water is overplayed. Candles are overplayed in survival situations. They're really good for getting a fire going. You can scrape the wax, that sort of thing, light this, and then get other things. But for the most part, you know, they're not that helpful. I'll make you a trade though. See, I haven't got my fire going yet. Now, I do have a striker, but it'd be a lot easier if I could use the knife. So I'd be willing to make a trade for that knife to help you get through the night if you don't think you need it.
The answer is definitely yes.
That's a go?
Definitely yes. The answer is definitely yes.
There you go, man.
I'll give you that
night.
night. The answer is definitely yes. A little piece of me cried on the inside.
I had a feeling you might react that way.
Awesome, that's
Thanks.
a fair trade.
Good deal.
It's like Christmas.
It's funny how often the term survival gets used for fighting. You know, you're gonna survive in the ring,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Survival mode.
Survival mode.
Yeah. When you get hit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta get a hold of your opponent. If you get rocked, just gotta get a hold of them, just to survive that moment.
Yeah.
Where they can knock you out.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, that was my back. I didn't know what that was.
It's your backpack attacking you. It's gonna be a good
This
night.
is gonna be an interesting night. So tough, this fighter is.
Well, after all this bragging about being able to get a fire going with a flint striker, I better be able to do it. This is some stuff I gathered, nice and dry. Dry grass. But since I'm going to be using just the spark, I gotta peel this birch bark really thin. The thinner it is, much easier it will be to ignite into flame. All right, so I've got the knife that he traded for the bug jacket. Now this, I've never tried this one before. It's a new one to me, so that's why I wanted to make the trade for the knife, because this is actually a good scraper. I just know with a knife, I just have a feeling I'll be better if I have the knife. All right. Almost, but not quite. Ooh. That was tricky. Whew. Got it. All right. Now, let's just keep it.
Never been so nervous to drink water. I mean, it tastes good. Definitely tastes good because, you know, I'm thirsty as hell. But it's just that in the back of my head, just terrified. what I'm ingesting. Tomorrow at the gym, I'm not gonna be as mean as I thought I was gonna be. Obviously, since Liza gave me that net at the end, it's gonna be a lifesaver tonight, so I'll save his life a little bit tomorrow. But with an inch of his life. Again, I think Les has that survivor mentality inside the cage and out. Definitely have that shown tomorrow when I push him and make sure, you know, he's sweating every single second.
My ears and my head feels a little, it's hot from fly bites. My fear is happening. The wind has completely died down. And I was hoping if I stayed out here that I'd have that advantage over Elias. Breeze to keep the mosquitoes down. Breeze is gone completely. So, we'll see how this goes. Without a breeze, if the mosquitoes do happen to like this temperature, and I can hear them buzzing right now, then it could be a long, bad night of mosquitoes. And if you think, oh, that makes it easy, guess again. You try sleeping with a million mosquitoes hovering right above your face as they land on the screen and they want to get you, buzzing all night long. I'd rather be cold than covered in mosquitoes. This is the wrong time of year to go out and do any kind of survival excursion, if you will. This is the bug season. Now, granted, it's Northern Ontario and the black flies are gone, but the deer flies, the horse flies, the no-see-ums, and the mosquitoes, they're all still here. And they're here thick. And what happens is the deer flies take it to you all day long, along with the horse flies. Then they punch the clock, and the mosquitoes and the no-see-ums move in. This was going to be bad. I knew it was going to be bad, and it was awful. I mean, I don't mean this in a condescending way or a patronizing way, but it was really bad even for me. And I'm not that bad with the bugs. The way Elias is in the gym and training, that's how I am with bugs. I'm like, yeah, we got this. Not for him. And I knew it wouldn't be like that for him. It would be horrible. And it was horrible.
The night is upon us, and so are the mosquitoes. This will be probably the hardest part. Darkness, bugs, the unknown. So we'll see how much sleep I can get. You know, I'm already itching, but I've been itching all day. So I'm just gonna have to push forward and finish what I started. As you can witness, I didn't get any sleep.
I'm always proud of individuals when they make it through a wilderness survival situation because it's no small thing. All right, well, it's probably about 5:15 a.m. and my brother has made it. As you can see, man, we're worse for wear here. It's just been a night of onslaught of the mini vampires all night long. Having the mental stamina to push through the toughest challenges has to make somebody a good fighter. There's no question.
As you can see, the bug shirt that I got a little later ripped a couple times.
I'll be honest, I truly wondered, am I gonna get the shout in the middle of the night like, dude, I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, is there any way? Is there a shorter way out of here? I can't do this. Because I've seen that before. I've been there when people have done that before, where they've quit. This is where the mind of the fighter comes in. Well, you did it though, man. I mean, you made it.
Survived to tell a tale.
Yeah, that's serious. This is the real deal here. This is not, you know, this is you just completed the third round, man, standing up.
That was it. Obviously, you know, I didn't get any beauty sleep, but it's about that. It's about surviving, like we talked about, surviving the third round, and that's what I did.
He wasn't about to give up. I wanted him to, because I wanted to get out of there. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for the call. Yeah, okay, let's go. Yeah, sorry you couldn't make it through the night, but sure, I'll lead you out of here. Unfortunately, he's a fighter, and he stuck with it, and we had to stay till the morning. You ready to get out of here?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, there's no time to waste. Crap, now it's my turn, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'll see you guys at the gym.
Here we are. Yeah, my office. So we're gonna start with wrapping our hands. Get a strong wrist. It's also to make sure we don't injure our knuckles when we hit. Always remember that the first two knuckles are the strongest ones, and that's where I want you to constantly make contact. Whenever we're doing, whether it's a pad or my face, I always say with these two knuckles.
Remember I was talking about how much you value your gear? Your net ripped apart on you during the night? Well, that's exactly why, just like this, you take such precision, such care, and be very precise about everything that you do, everything that you have, because your survival depends upon it.
Feel strong?
Feel good.
Awesome, let's do it. Your eyes kind of give you tells. If I want to hit you in the face, I look in your chest. Right? If I want to hit you in the chest, I can look up. The other aspect is we're constantly trying to hide behind our shoulders. Because what that does is anything I come over and try and get, you're protected. It's always an aggressive dance to who leads. That's what a fight is.
Firstly, let's be clear here. Both of us are coming off of no sleep, a night of being tormented by the bugs. Rough hiking into thick Canadian wilderness. We step into the gym, and all of a sudden it's like he's had a couple of coffees and a good night's sleep, and he's ready to go. I'm trying to figure out how he's standing on 2 feet still, but that's because that's his world.
Great stuff.
I didn't really have a fear of getting clocked. I don't know if he's gonna try to teach me a lesson, and in many ways, I didn't want him to be too nice. I gotta feel it.
There you go.
Great one. Great round.
Remind you that I gave you the bug jacket last night?
And the match. And the match.
See?
And the match.
I was very nice to him last night. I want to point that out. Before he pushed me down on the floor.
When we were in the wilderness, I was pulling punches. I could have made him hurt a lot more, but I pulled some punches. Gave him the bug jacket. Talked to him about his fire. That's me pulling punches. And of course he pulled his punches in the ring. I mean, I'm up against a top fighter. He could have destroyed me, but I got one shot in, and that's all that matters. Elias made it through the night, and that's all that matters. I got one good technical punch in. It was an uppercut, and he's told me 4 times, you got a perfect one in, man. He's like, that's it, I'm good. I can go home now. I survived.
Nice! Great blood.
Holy shit. Awesome. I think he's going to take away 2 things. One thing is just the sheer fun, bragging rights, enjoyment, saying, yeah, I did that. Oh, you think you know mosquitoes? You don't know mosquitoes. This one time, I was out with Les Stroud, and so he's got bragging rights there. In this situation, Elias can take this, and it's another notch up. Another notch up. So when he goes back into the ring, he's got this in his corner now, too.
I'll take the mosquitoes.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take the punches.
That's it, man. Clearly, I've got some training to do. I'm going back to the bugs.
How was it? Obviously fun now that it's all over and, completing what we started. There's definitely levels to the game, and I saw that firsthand. The bugs definitely were above expectation. We all took our shots today. There's nothing like that. I am bitten hundreds, if not thousands of times all over my body, and I could feel them working away on me. I kept the fire probably to keep my sanity, and there's a couple times, I'm pretty sure, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm breaking a branch and I fell just because I'm just giving it all my might and just so frustrated at the situation. There was a lot of me that wanted to quit, a lot of me that was just so frustrated. There are a lot of variables in fighting, and there were a lot of variables throughout the last 24 hours out in the bush in regards to that mental strength, and have this as an experience that will push me into understanding, what kind of limits the mind and the body has, right? And obviously it's different than a fight, but still fighting through it definitely helped in my own martial arts experience.
The reality of making a Survivorman show can be just as challenging and rewarding as my week alone in the wilderness itself. I've covered a good part of the globe searching for remote ecosystems where I can test out my survival skills. Tonight, take that journey with me as I discover new lands to be challenged in, learn the skills and techniques required to stay alive, and handle the greatest part of my responsibilities out there, filming the show itself. Come with me on the journeys I take through the making of Survivorman.
here I go again. I'm 150 feet above a beautiful remote stretch of Africa. It takes a lot to get to this stage. I don't just wake up one morning and decide that I'm gonna go and survive in the deserts and the jungles. So tonight, I'm gonna take you behind the scenes and show you all the people, the planning, and the preparation that it takes to make Survivorman.
The Kalahari Desert is wild and exotic. The extreme temperatures here gave me a testing that went well beyond my own experience level. To set the scene right, we decided upon simulating the classic running out of gas that happens to thousands of people in this desolate place. Relentless burning sun, moisture-sucking sand-filled winds, poisonous snakes and scorpions, all the elements that rule out here in one of the harshest climates on Earth.
Wow. It's pretty intense.
I think this looks beautiful. I'm not sure anyone can survive out here. So we'll have to take the track over the dunes and see what's there, but logistically this looks pretty rough, pretty harsh.
In the base camp we set up for safety, producer Dave Brady and I take the time to go through the possibilities, and especially the dangers associated with taking on this kind of challenge. Never more was I in need of good local survival instruction than here in the Kalahari.
When it's dark, especially when it's moonlight, and you just stick in your hand and you take them out. So go in like that. If there's something you grab, yeah.
This is really interesting because it's almost like wherever you go, whatever culture you find, there's always some method of catching some animal that involves sticking your hand into a deep, dark hole without being able to see what's in there. I just did it in the Amazon with catfish. You had to get in the water and shove your hands in these muddy holes to try and get the catfish. Okay, see, this is the whole reason why I take the time and spend the time to get together with experts like Doe to come into an area I've never been before. I suggested and would have thought if I want to get away from scorpions that maybe I could come and sleep up in the crux of a tree just like this. But the first thing he said, with actually a smirk on his face, something's biting me, is that, well, the snakes are going to come up into this tree to go after the birds. This is exactly where the cobras might want to come. So it's the worst thing to do is to go and sleep up in there. But that's what I thought first. That's why I've got to take the time and spend time with experts like Doe everywhere I go. Good. I'm not sleeping in a tree.
Good. So you can use that for cooking, putting some eggs down there, make a fire on top of that, and you have enough moisture in the sand to cook the eggs.
Really? Now, did you do that with an ostrich egg?
With an ostrich egg, you don't really need to put it under the sand because it's quite a big egg. It will take quite a long time. You make a big fire, you heat up the sand, you take the coals away, leave some ash. You compact the ash and the sand into a hollow, and then you put the raw egg on top of that. One of the rules, we haven't spoken about the rules for plants, where you avoid certain plants. You cut it, and inside you see it looks like an onion.
Okay.
You see that slime?
Yeah, yeah.
The glue? That's not good. Lots of oxalic acid and stuff in there.
Oxalic acid?
Yes, and this is what we say onion-like. So one of the rules in plants, avoid onion-like bulbs.
Later that night, our Kalahari Bushman guide showed all of us the extremely dangerous practice of catching birds in their own nest.
Grab him! Grab him! I have it!
Okay, we go.
Grab them!
Come on, grab it. Put your hands here. Yeah, grab them when they come out. Let's just push, grab when they come.
Do you have one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
I got one.
Oh, you have two?
Look at the other one. Look at this.
You got two.
Okay, so we know it's possible now, eh?
Definitely.
Big time.
For my own safety, I was advised not to shove my hand up into the nest when I was alone for my week in the desert. I'd rather use a 3-pronged spear. This idea came after a startling discovery while practicing this hunting skill. A sleeping Cape cobra was inside the nest, and our guide actually grabbed it by accident while looking for birds.
Yes. No, this is snaky now. Come on, look at it. This is snaky now. That is freaky, man. Is that a cobra, you think? Definitely. Oh, definitely. You won't find you won't find an adder up there. Wow. It's definitely a cobra.
And you touched it? You touched it?
Ja, ik kon het zien.
En het ook voel. Als de slang ritueel, like my hand is set.
Ja, ja.
Let's
have a look around first.
Yeah, we'll have a look around.
Yeah, it's a cobra. Yeah.
Here he goes.
By sheer coincidence, there was a biologist studying in the nature reserve who specialized in snakes. So we brought him back to the nest with the Cape Cobra still sleeping.
He might have another hole to come out.
Yeah.
Good point, Dave.
Okay, I've actually got him.
Okay.
There he is. There he is. There he is. Here he goes.
He tries to get up. But I'm not holding him for long. Because I had a couple of beers today.
Oh dear. That's awesome.
Yes. Go closer, Nick. Do that again. He's going to.
Yeah.
Okay, you better wash your lens.
No, that's okay.
There's venom on your lens.
That's all right.
He's bitten.
He then showed me what would prove to be my most effective survival hunting method for my week alone in the Kalahari Desert.
The tastiest scorpion to eat. Their burrow is it goes in at about 30 degrees, and it's a rectangular burrow. And it's normally the size of the scorpion when it's got its pincers out. If the burrow is that wide, the scorpion is that wide.
See, it's really a simple matter of just creating a big hole for the scorpion to drop down into. Baby, I got one. Got a second one. And a third one. There we go. My scorpion kebab.
Coming up next, I leave the sands of the Kalahari Desert to paddle the northwest Pacific coast of Alaska. The northwest Pacific coast of Alaska has that kind of scenery and topography that makes everywhere else in the world jealous. It's near impossible to find a camera angle that isn't breathtaking. I've often joked that I could just throw my cameras on the ground and they would still get an amazing backdrop to my scenes. Being a sea kayaker myself, I couldn't resist bringing this astonishingly beautiful method of traveling into the scenario I wanted to set up for my week surviving in this big country. We took a local fishing boat to get out to the remote locations I could pick from to spend a week alone. But out here, just about everywhere can be considered remote. This is my kind of country, and I was looking forward to the challenge of the cold ocean coast.
This is the first spot we're going to check out. Okay. And these are the other spots, a couple of the beaches.
You see all this orange stuff? This is what they call bladderwrack. This is probably the most prominent and the most nutritious.
Here it wasn't so much information about shelters I needed, but rather learning about the wild edibles that grow in abundance.
They look good, but the brighter means the more fresher. Those are in full bloom.
Bladderwrack. This is fantastic. You just pick it and eat it raw. And it's full of minerals and protein even. I think one of the things I want to come from story-wise for this particular one was just how bountiful the seaside is. I wanted that to be the story, because often I'm in these places and there's nothing to eat and I have nothing all week, but as far as food, the bountifulness of the sea.
Every once in a while on these Survivorman shoots, I even get the chance to enjoy the lighter side of survival. To experience the adventurous benefits of such a beautiful ecosystem and partake of a lifestyle that they live out here every single day.
There we go.
I have opportunities to enjoy the communities and the good people that welcome me and the crew to invade their otherwise tranquil existence.
Dan, Chef Dan.
and it's the locals that often end up being my greatest resource for survival information.
Sort of learn from you, or you talk to me about situation out there. I'm alone.
Yeah.
I don't have a full-on boat. All I have is a sea kayak. We know that there's some garbage and stuff around, so I could make a few things, maybe even make a net. I mean, if you were out there, what would you be, and you didn't have gear, what else would you be looking for to try and just to survive on?
Well, one is the fiddlehead ferns, which grow everywhere.
What is the native component here?
They used hot rocks. They made steam baths on the shore out of just driftwood, and they cover it with skins, and then they'd take hot rocks in there and put hot water on the rocks to make their steam bath.
Really?
They called it a banya. I've had quite a few encounters with black bears, and I've never felt threatened by one, but people have been. There's actually more incidences with black bears than there are with brown bears.
Yeah.
Because people don't give them the respect they do brown bears.
See, the higher up that I am, it's just better. You know, I just get a really beautiful angle that way.
So you can come this way a little bit more.
Years of filming in the wilderness have given me the opportunity to experiment with different cameras and camera mounts. I may be out here to survive, but I can't just come home with a shaky handheld home video. It's been my personal mission while making Survivorman to take great care as a filmmaker and challenge my filmmaking limits and experience in creating these shows just as much as it is to show good survival techniques.
One twist. So I'm shooting back, looking at myself. That's gonna be great.
You never really know how things are going to work out, whether or not a camera mount is going to work at all, until you put it into practice.
You've got a camera up high like that, makes the kayak top heavy. Makes it very difficult for paddling because you can feel the wobble. It makes you more nervous than normal. So I just take it easy. Because if I dump, then the camera goes in too. And there goes about $10,000 worth of gear. It's tricky because you got to try and get the horizon straight, make sure everything is in focus. It can be tricky. Well, as you can see, I have some visitors. It's funny, that happens sometimes, you know. Never ceases to amaze me. I get out in the middle of what's perceived to be the middle of nowhere, and I'll run into somebody. And this has happened before. It also happened in Labrador, where I'm dog sledding along, and some snowmobilers come along and want to help me out, and it's pretty funny. In Labrador, they actually knew who I was, and they were like, "Hey, come on over. Let's have a snack or a treat." And I was like, no, I got to keep doing my show. And I go, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're Survivorman, that's right," and off I went. So it happens, but you know what's really good about this is that it shows you that in a survival situation, you know, sometimes rescue is pure luck. Someone just happens to be coming along at the right time. These guys might only come in here once a year for all I know. I haven't seen anybody else the whole time. But this boat's come in, and they've gone up to check out the river, and if the salmon are running, they'll probably go fish the salmon. If not, they'll probably take off. But if I was really lost, that would have been salvation.
Coming up next, by hot air balloon, I head into the breathtaking landscape of Africa. 36 hours of flying took me and my co-producer Dave Brady into the heart of South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia on a search for the classic African landscape. And while we consider the options before us of where to shoot in Africa, we work nights in our hotel rooms on other episodes, looking at rough cuts and talking about possible narration.
Oh, the work never stops. Dave Brady, my production partner, and I have been out in the desert searching the landscape for just the right location to do Survivorman. And now we're in a hotel in Upington, Africa. And we have to keep working. Time to go get Dave and work on the narration for the Jungle Show.
Just wanted to show you this lovely hallway.
Just sort of shove that piece of funky wood in up against where the red hot coals are.
We have to figure out how to get you to either Johannesburg or Cape Town for during the hiatus.
Oh yeah, okay.
We got to do an ISDN VO report.
It's not glamorous at all, but it is the reality of working on documentary films about survival. The logistics can be as challenging as the survival itself. I've taken great pleasure in figuring out what various travel methods I can use to get into a particular ecosystem. But I don't always possess the skills necessary or have the time to acquire them for the given mode of transportation. In Africa, Felicity Peabody took control of her hot air balloon to fly me high above some breathtaking scenery and eventually drop me in the chosen location inside a nature reserve.
And see, this is a situation. I mean, we're trying to tell the story of what it takes when it comes to hot air ballooning and landing down here in Africa. But the absolute reality is that if you're planning on anything that is weather dependent, you're taking your chances. And we plan a lot of things that are weather dependent. Hot air ballooning it's critical that you have the right wind.
We'll drive over to Wildside now and just pass it down the road.
I've got the camera shooting that's shooting straight down. I just got a beautiful shot of a giraffe running that's going to cut in nice, and I got my throws done, so I'm going to just do beauty now.
This area had the extra advantage of not being too far from a lodge should I get bitten by a black mamba, or attacked by a lion, jaguar, buffalo, hippo, rhino, or elephant. These are the experiences that take place during the shooting of Survivorman, when I feel truly privileged to be involved.
This is really one of the trickiest parts of putting this whole show together is scouting a location out. You just don't know what you get until you get down there and you get on the ground. And the bottom line is, I'm here. I'm in Africa. And now I'm looking for classic Africa, and complete with all of its challenges and dangers and everything that I need to make an episode of Survivorman.
Much of my instruction in Africa took on a more serious tone, always focusing on how to deal with dangerous predators.
It will have to come from there, with the sense that, okay, if I'm cornered now, this fight I'm losing, I must get away. Am I going to get away from there or there? There must be escape route. And you must think about that. The escape route we are talking, especially with animals, you can't outrun an animal. I never think of that.
Can an escape route be right up the same tree?
Up the tree, that is what I'm thinking, yes. Okay. That tree must be able to be climbable, because now you are surviving. It's your safety, it's your life.
In the case of predators, you have to build a protection of thorn bush around you. Bear that in mind as well.
The idea is I climb inside, pull this last thorn tree in behind me, and I'm effectively surrounded by acacia thorn trees. Apparently, that's a barrier for lions. At least it buys me a little bit of time, just enough time for the lion to get a little bit more hungry.
Remember, a predator's eyesight at night is awesome. Movement indicates food.
All the while, I am learning the skills of survival in Africa, and then living them for 7 days on my own. A team of editors are back at home, putting together the images of my story and sifting through hours and hours of my footage. On the opposite sides of the globe, the Survivorman team works to bring out the best in stories created, while the reality of survival unfolds for me in extreme and challenging landscapes.
Sort of need to be any pastoral scene. No goats, no sheep. Ears angled towards you. If I stand up, he should turn sideways. There we go. Now he's got a perfect view of me. See? Then back to aggression. Signs of aggression with white rhino? I think he just had some of them. Yeah. hippos are responsible in Africa for killing more people than any other large mammal.
He's hungry.
Yeah. Preferably don't do that too much, because if he does decide that he's taking aversion to his doe, then we might just get a couple of holes in the side of my car again.
Again?
Ooh.
Coming up, I head into my country, Canada, and run a race against time as the late winter is pushed aside by the forces of spring. Every Survivorman journey starts out the same way, going over all my camera gear and making sure it fits into a couple of small cases. My anticipation of the challenges I'm about to face constantly run through my head. Then, it's off to the airport to spend hours and hours in travel time just to get to the jumping off point. But the creative process never stops. Even the plane flight itself is used to go through research material and planning out my methods of survival. Location scouting is not taken lightly. Great consideration is given to where I should go so that I can be remote, true to the cause of survival, yet have at least a minimal safety net in place should the worst case scenario happen. And this whole shoot was shaping up to be my greatest gamble taken to date.
Northwest River to Mulligan Bay.
You're looking at about 40 kilometers to Mulligan Bay.
It's 40K. How long does it take to do it?
You're looking at maybe an hour, hour and a half, depending on conditions. Sat phone would be definitely recommended to take for sure.
We've got a sat phone.
Yeah. Okay.
Les has got the sat phone. We've got radio.
There's only one issue I really have actually of the whole situation here is that if we get out to Charlie's Point and we've got 3 days of rain, 4 days of rain, we've got 2 rivers to cross when we get back here.
So yeah, so we have a real issue though with the water opening up if it comes on to rain, because we'll all be trapped up there. What about the locals? I mean, they're probably all going to watch it and go, "Whoa, let's go home. We're going to get stuck out here."
The networks were constantly asking me to get out there in a winter location. Winter poses the toughest challenge of all. Cameras freeze or get soaked by the snow. Just standing still in the cold requires survival. For most places in Canada, spring was beginning to make itself known. Not so in Labrador. There was still 8 feet of snow on the ground, and days were constantly changing between bitter cold and warm and sunny. I was about to take a gamble on the weather, and I would do it by dog team.
And this is a pup. That's only a yearling pup, this fella. That's his father there that you just met. You want to keep him away from these 2 guys. They don't like him.
They don't like him?
They don't like him.
And yeah, that's his dad?
That's his dad. Well, he don't care about that. He doesn't like him.
Okay.
The 2 big grays, they're 2 purebred Labrador Huskies. The tan one here is a 3-part Labrador Husky and a quarter Siberian. And this guy here is an Alaskan.
I used to run sled dogs, but it had been a few years. I spent a day working with the team so I could get used to the challenges of handling 7 aggressive and strong sled dogs. There's no forgiveness in this mode of travel. A simple mistake could quite literally be a fatal one, especially in a harsh and equally unforgiving landscape. If separated from the dogs, they won't look back to see if you're still on the sled. They'll keep running, and you'll be left alone to survive in the wilderness. But here, even the crew would have their own set of challenges to get through this week.
We've got 5 rental skidoos. We decided to take 4, and the one with the biggest engine carrying all the stuff basically is little by little died on us. So here we are sitting and we're awaiting Jock. He's one of the local guides who's gonna make his way probably around 2 hours to come get us. Yeah, pretty dirty.
On each Survivorman location, my safety crew sets up camp anywhere from a few miles away to, in the case of Labrador, an hour sled ride away from where I will be surviving. Here, they set themselves up in comfort while I head out into the wilderness alone. But before I do, these safety camps are my last chance to reorganize and get prepared for my week alone in the wilderness.
Pictures and everything. Pictures and everything.
By the time you're back.
Oh yeah, no, and you know what, to be honest with you?
It's not going to change anything I do out there, but it's going to add another element of a layer of safety, and I think that's important.
Here we go again.
And then, once again, I head off alone. But this time I had pushed the limits of weather and gambled a bit too much.
You gentlemen all good?
Have a good too.
Thanks, guys.
Stay safe.
Yeah! Ho! 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 Woo! See you in 7 days!
For the first time in shooting Survivorman, the entire process was cut short by necessity to rescue not me, but the safety crew itself, as late winter rains had turned the ocean into mush, stranding them from the small village a day's ride away.
Apprise me of the situation.
Are they slushy or what's
the deal? Yeah, we had to scald right.
And in turn, stranding me from them.
Even the little ponds on the barrens? Yeah. Forget the film, forget everything. If you were just here, you'd come up to do some ice fishing, and this was the situation, what would you be thinking of?
I don't know. I probably would have to call a chopper in for sure. There's no question about it.
You don't think we'll get across?
We would have only one chance to get me back to their safety camp before the ocean thawed.
Plug.
I froze my fingers a whole whack. Throwing dog shit at him.
Yeah, he's saying pull the plug now.
Goodbye, Labrador. And so for the first time ever, a Survivorman shoot had challenged the weather enough that it fought back and won over all of us, sending my crew and myself back to civilization. To warm my frost-bitten self, the last shoot of the season was set to take place in the South Pacific tropics. To finish off the season of making Survivorman, I chose a tropical island location. I've had my share of suffering challenging locations, and I thought maybe a little sun would do me some good. To my surprise, thanks to local expert Na Kate, it became one of the most enriching and learning experiences to date. My survival friends in Africa, the Amazon, the deserts, anywhere I've found someone who really knew their stuff, are all people who take great delight in sharing their skills and knowledge of their own brand of wilderness survival.
How you doing, buddy?
Ah, whoa. And now, is that the stonefish?
No, that's a
it's
flounder.
just a flounder. Okay. Look at that.
Did you see that?
I didn't really see him though, no. I'm gonna have to learn how to recognize.
Na, like others before him, is only too eager to share the teaching of skills and techniques that he took great pride in. So much of this knowledge goes back thousands of years and carries a rich history. So very often, skills like husking a coconut the proper way or collecting wild edible plants would find its way into my week-long survival ordeals, and inevitably, they would keep me going and help me to survive.
We'll start your fire. But this is, I didn't have any effort in it. So all you have to do is just follow it. Watch your hand, okay? Watch your hand, that's it. Now you can husk now. That's it.
So you just put it in once like that. You don't keep jamming in. Wiggle it in, and then start to just push down on the other side of the coconut here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this one, see? That's the best one. Look at that. Yummy, that one. Look at this.
Survival instructors throughout the world speak the same language. We know what it's like to spend nights alone in the middle of the wilderness, to live through cold nights without shelter, sleeping on a rock, to feel the hunger pangs of 3 days with little to no food. Nearly every location I have been to, I have met these amazing men and women of survival, and have grown myself as a survival instructor far beyond my expectations.
That's great.
Sweet, high in energy.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Made a kind of a mess of it, but the insides of these palm trees are quite good, quite edible.
Les, when you pick something on the reef, use the stick. If it's sticking out here or underneath there,
Use the stick to stick it out, all right? Don't stick your hand underneath. Well, because there's a lot of little creatures. Okay, there's the sea crabs on the little island too. This one here. See this one? Yeah. That's a sea crab. Try it.
Just eat it?
Yeah, just eat it. Beautiful with coconut.
Sea grapes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. See? So when you open it, you know, they're round. Oh, there's a huge crab right there. That's right. Perfect. That guy right there. Oh, yeah. So, see? See the perfect fish. Look. Look.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Look at that.
There you go.
Look at that. Okay, Les, your turn. I want to see your technique how you carry this thing.
Night fishing was a particularly exciting skill to try out, but so often, when I'm taught the skills, it's on a beautiful night, with lots of food energy in me and help available.
Yep.
It's a much different story once I've been left on my own and have so much else to worry about for survival and making my films. Next, I learned from the Warani, the primitive inhabitants of the Amazon jungle.
We took about a 5-hour drive from Quito and arrived in a place called Shell. And here we are. We're going to get a Cessna. We're taking a small plane into the jungle. We're flying it with the missionaries. But we're pretty socked in here in terms of weather. So we've been waiting a few hours. And hopefully it'll clear up and we can get into the jungle today. Yeah, we were told we just weighed all our gear and the crew gear, and we're at about 800 pounds. The crew we brought in a lot of potatoes and cabbages and various food. Of course, Les came in at 0 for his food.
Flying above the eastern Andes, I was about to enter the land of the Warani. A people that barely 40 years ago were still living a Stone Age life. They became infamous in the 1950s for having massacred 5 missionaries. Their lives and culture were controlled by a focus on vendettas and retribution killings. A slain missionary's wife and sister took it upon themselves to go to the Warani to teach them the concept of forgiveness. Likely the only reason I could even consider dropping down into the middle of this jungle.
So it's been inside me for a long time to have a jungle experience, to come out, to spend time in the jungle, to connect with our anthropologist host, Jim Yost, and to be able to come to a place as remote as this. It's beyond incredible. So I've been out with these guides, long walks on the trail, and it's just a constant from one lesson to another as we walk. They stop, they see something, they point it out, they teach it.
So my grandfather used to take this, rub it all over his legs to try to keep the snakes from biting. They would smell it and flee.
Did you say what it was called?
Kayata.
Kayata.
Their existence with us, while I've been here training, and my existence with them has just been a real experience. There's been nothing manufactured for the sake of me being here. That has me feeling that. That bleeds into me going out into the jungle on my own, because it's really just an extension of what we've been doing here.
Uro? How do you say close?
Uro.
Uro. Uro? Uro?
Yeah. Every moment in the jungle training is another little level of confidence that sits with me, so that when I finally get out there alone, I have that to draw upon. And whether it be the long walk that we did off in the middle of the jungle to find a salt lick where the tapir go, or poling up river a long ways and working with fishing in the rivers and things like that, every one of those things just is another level of confidence, another method that I learn or understand, and that it's a toolkit. Each one of those learning moments is another tool that gets put into my kit that I can draw from and pull from when I'm out there alone.
Dinner.
He's got it. It's there.
I think with their actions, they're saying, you can do this. You know, we do it, you can do it. You've been getting the knowledge. You have your own personal knowledge and experience, so let's put you out there, and we're confident you can do it. They don't want to have a dead guy on their hands anymore, you know, than anyone else does. They don't have to come rescue me. So I think their confidence in me gives me my own self-confidence.
Yeah, these things are nasty.
He's got knee problems like we all do out here, and so he puts that on there to make the pain go away. He says after a while, won't feel a thing.
Quanta pinha também a outra bagaga. Agora eu vou dar em uma, 3 horas do pai. Olha cá, eu vou dar deu mais nenhuma. Vou dar bala, deu
On this day, the day that I'm going to enter the survival mode, is I tend to take on a bit of a melancholy. I know that there's going to be some deep loneliness at some point throughout the week, and I start thinking about that.
Okay, so when Les is out in the jungle, we, the crew, sit in the lap of luxury here in the Warani village. This is our homestead for the 10 days that we're here. We've got a great roof above our heads. It keeps the water off. This is a house that the Warani built especially for visitors. And we always keep the smudge fire going. We've had it going for a few days now to keep the gnats at bay. So day and night, that smudge is going. So as you can see, we sit in the lap of luxury while Les is out there surviving.
Well, the crew just got back from dropping Les off, and looks like he's going to be a little wet. Radio is really sketchy. We're hopefully going to just rely on a bunch of clicks and call bells, and if we hear them, we're coming running. What's happened is you've developed...
Due to the dangers involved in making Survivorman, paramedic Barry Clark has been on each location in charge of my safety. Whereas in the case of the Amazon, my reparations.
Yours are about a 6.5, 7, so it could take a while for this to heal.
I'm a filmmaker, but I'm surviving at the same time. So I sort of vacillate back and forth between those two modes, you know, thinking what I can and will do as a survival guy out there and what I can and will do as a filmmaker.
Having survived my week in the jungle, one of the Warani elders spent 10 hours hunting in the jungle for tapir and monkey to present to me as my returning feast celebrating my survival. An honor too great for words.